hold on. I'm gonna get some gems. Quinlan, you gotta be prepared, okay? You gotta carry some gems with you, okay?
I'm not used to the weird lights.
Get used to it.
Oh
No
shit!
sympathy. Did you just break a crock pot?
I smacked a crock pot for sure.
Okay, yeah. Good thing they take 2 hits to break. Easy.
Too easy. Where'd my garlic go? No way it despawned my garlic because I was holding it when I died. That's so ass.
No, it's on the floor. Just press spacebar.
Where? I did. It's not on the floor.
Where?
It literally despawned it.
Still issue.
So shit. My garlic! Lucy. You're not taking out any more toys till you put those back. You can be mad.
Oh, you got toffee here. You making meaty
What?
stews? You made some toffee down there.
Delicious. I'm eating that shit right now.
Alright, you know what is the beautiful thing about this, Quinlan? I can stay right fucking here. 1, 2, 3, 1, cook.
Oh, where'd the meat? Oh.
I have it.
Oh, well, I've got 2 legs, and I can't do anything with them. I'll
It's
just do
okay.
that.
I'm making all the meats.
I'll talk to my plants then.
Wow, you're so crazy. You gotta talk to plants. It's fucking. That's crazy, Quinlan.
Yeah, we're talking about socialism.
That's fucking insane, Quinlan. Fucking educating them about the ways of Bernie Sanders over there.
Yeah, these gem lights are pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I
They're
know,
kinda
right?
nice.
Pretty nifty.
Yeah, I wish your fucking ice ball hurlers would stop hitting my birds. I'm trying to catch a cardinal.
You want to turn them off and risk a forest fire?
Hell no.
That's what I thought. It's suffer.
Oh no, no,
Summer?
no,
It's
no!
not summer, it's suffer.
I'm running from bees.
Okay, Hank.
Oh. Do not grab another toy out of there.
But toys.
I already told you you're not getting different toys until you put those back. Yeah, but she likes to pull out the whole toy box and then get mad when I
yeah.
make her pick them up.
Yeah, of course.
Well, you're smoking ass if you think I'm gonna pick them bitches up.
Huh. That's part of the job. I'm sorry.
That's not part of the job. Kids can learn very early to pick their shit up or they don't get it. Ain't that right?
Oh.
And she's got really good about picking her shit up. She already knows how and where to put her toys away.
Yeah, but like it's always like slightly dissatisfactory, like the way it's done. And then your parents always have to come by and like OCD their shit back together because
I don't give a fuck if it's dissatisfactory. There's no, like, it's her stuff, right? As long as it's in an area where I'm not gonna step on no damn Legos, then I don't give a shit. Just make sure it's not on the floor.
You love stepping on Legos, though.
I hate that shit.
It builds character, okay?
I love Legos. I hate stepping on them bitches.
Shit builds character, Quinlan.
It's the same thing with the reptile cages. Like, she loves to, like, put her toys right next to them, and I'm like, no. And she knows, like, if she starts doing it and I go, hey, she immediately picks them bitches up. Like, I know she knows. She's very smart. It's just, she's stubborn. And that's genetic. I get it.
done this to yourself.
I mean, yeah.
I was stubborn as a child.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can understand.
I'm still that way. Here, how about we have a little bit more of our lunch? Because you really haven't eaten that much since you woke up. Thank you. Am I about to get my
Goddamn
ass beat?
hound attack.
That's so ass.
Bro, what is this shit? Alright, just stay near the flingos.
Near the what? The Flingomatics?
The flingos, yeah.
Caden.
There's a varmint.
Ah!
It's okay, they start firing.
Ah! Ah!
Wait a minute. Hold on a second now.
Ah!
There we go, now ice flingo.
It's not doing his job.
I died again. Now it decides to work? Fuck's sake.
Ah! Bruh. Nah! Ah! My boys! Bro, your flingos are ass! They're killing my Glommer! Ah!
Bomber's dead. I'm dead. Okay, I will roll back for
Thank you.
It is still, we did
Those
nothing
flingos are so ass.
today. Hey, listen.
I'm gonna fight
You
'em.
shouldn't expect the flingos to
I
freeze everything for you,
expect
okay?
the flingos to do their job.
They're not supposed to freeze animals.
Except they're getting my birds. My birds! Oh, and okay. Ain't that some shit?
It's because he died.
I think
You
you know what,
done this on
Cyrus. I
purpose.
think you might be right. We shouldn't
You
hurt things that
chose to
don't
get
hurt us. If we're mean, bad old Mr. Krampus will come. That's not going to stop me from eating butterflies, Wilson.
turkeys. Kill the turkeys.
Or killing turkeys and grass geckos. My arch nemesis.
Okay, maybe get out of the base.
I'm down for that, but I'm not loaded in
You
yet.
know.
I can't get out of the base if I'm not loaded in yet. There we go.
No.
That's okay, I need
It's a
bees. Oh no. I finally finished clearing all these trees, and now I gotta do it again.
Yep. You literally asked for this.
Sad. No, I'm not regretting it. I just totally forgot.
You better get out of there, though.
I'm listening for the puppies.
They spawn. It's already too late, Quinlan.
They don't spawn until after you hear the like 3 times.
No, actually, that's the sound you hear when they spawn off screen. Because they slightly off screen.
Oh. Guess I have to find bees somewhere else.
Okay, well, this is ridiculous. My mom just texted me that I need to go do the bacon because my brother can't do anything in his life.
You could God mode yourself. Bees. Fucking frogs. Oh. God damn it. Well, guess I'll die. I don't think the wolves are coming, man.
They're gonna be coming. Trust me, they'll be coming.
They'll be coming round the mountain when they come.
They'll be coming on.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right.
Damn, I'm putting this fucking watering can away. Oh no! Literally the moment I get back to base, put my watering can away.
I told you to stay out of base. I'm not re-rolling again. Bomber's dead, he's dead.
It's fine, it'll be okay.
Alright, spiders, do your job.
Oh my god, there's so many dogs. It's Jover for me. Lucy, stop. I just asked you to stop. Now stop. Oh, thank God for spiders. I may have just accidentally started a forest fire. Oh no. Carnage. Guess I'll sit here and watch the world burn. Oh no! Yeah, I do deserve that. Dickhead spiders. Ugh, and now I still don't have enough bees. And I'm gonna die. Yes.
Spiders might crash my game.
What?
You heard me.
Why do you have so many of them? There's like 18 million real like huge hives over there.
See, the spiders turn out to be more of a problem than the hounds. I literally can't move.
Wait,
This
you
is
can't move?
uninhabitable. There's thousands of them. I'm not even kidding.
Holy shit. Did you turn the spawns up?
No.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Weird.
How'd they kill me?
You're dead?
Uh-huh.
Huh. Shenanigans.
Yeah, because I was killed by shenanigans. Can you guys leave me alone for a second, spiders?
Lol. Ha, no, should have played Weber.
Oh wait, I have all the meat in my inventory, so that's ass.
How did you... Like, all the meat? Or...
Yeah, I have 40 meat on me.
Oh,
Hold on.
fuck.
I'm gonna teleport to you with shenanigans.
Ah!
And put this back. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 1. Cook. 1, 2, 3, 1. Cook. 1, 2, 3, 1. Cook. 1, 2, 3, 1. Cook.
Ooh. Yoink.
You gotta harvest your crockpot recipe.
Can you grab it for me, please? I'm not home.
You're basically home, Quinlan.
No, I'm catching bees.
Okay.
Thank you. And I'm coming home. No, it's so hot. My bees. Ooh, beard hair. Man, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, that does tend to happen when it's 1,000,000,000 degrees out.
My God, I think you're right.
You know, you're getting cooked alive.
I'd
You like that
imagine.
visual?
I'd imagine it looks something like the pulled pork I made recently. Delicious.
No, I'm pretty sure it looks like cooked human.
We all know human and pork are like the same.
They don't look the same. Just because they taste the same don't mean they look the same, Quinlan.
How do you know what it looks like, Cyrus? I do need to ask.
I've ever seen it.
Yeah, okay. You're spending too much time on Reddit.
What do you mean? Have you ever, like, bro? Have you
I
ever looked
know
in the mirror?
you.
The fuck you mean? How do I know what it looks
I mean,
like?
I feel like all meat looks similar when it's cooked.
No. Okay. You know when it's like a whole roast pig? Okay? I beg to differ that it would look similar to a whole roast human. That's all
I mean,
I'm saying.
if you're not like looking at it, if it's like all pulled apart and shit and
if
seasoned,
you're
I'm
just
sure
not
it's
looking
fine.
at it.
It's fine.
As long as you're not looking at it, I'm sure it doesn't look like.
My vest got fucked up. Ah!
Your hibernation vest?
Yeah.
Is it broken?
It's at 100% actually. It's not my hibernation vest, my thulecite suit.
Oh.
Sag. Baby, why don't you come have some more lunch? Hey, come here. You really have not eaten that much since you woke up. It's kind of freaking me out. Here. Thank you. Hey, if you wanna put those away and grab different ones, you can have different toys. If you put those away, you can get different toys. I'm not telling you what to do though.
Alright. Where's the sign?
Huh?
Oh, it's here.
I was about to say I didn't do anything.
No.
Okay.
Okay, I need to go get my shit back from my death pile.
From your what pile?
My death, where I died earlier,
Oh.
remember?
No.
I know where I died earlier. You might not, but I remember.
You're indeed correct. I actually don't.
I remember. Pepperidge Farm
Pepperidge
remembers.
Farm remembers. Remember? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Mmm, delicious. Give me your wings. Aw, fuck. Now! Mmm. Well, I'm cooked. Where's my torch? There it is. Grab some gems. Some gemerinos. Put one there. Put one there. No, you need to put a toy back if you're gonna grab another toy. So we gotta put that away, okay? Thank you. This is a one-to-one exchange, brother. Oh shit, I gotta make those beehives. You're cute. Would you like another bite? Here. Good job. Let's see. Bruh, y'all are my bees! Quit attacking me, dickweeds. Ungrateful bastards. Gave you a place to live, trying to beat the shit out of me. That's crazy. Hmm. Tools. Weapons. Miscellaneous garbage. Hell yeah, brother. We now have honey. All that's left now is to fill up the... I just fucking died. Okay. Hi, babies! Okay. Hey, Beberino, come here. You should get some water. Please, thank you. Bruh. Wow, what a shit show. Damn.
You good over there?
No. I went to the kitchen to get some water. And I got cooked. Angry. Lazy ass flingamatics. Lucy, you know that's not a toy. So please don't play with it. Thank you. Nuggets. Oh. I gotta catch me some butterflies. Lucy. Stop or I'm going to take it away. Thank you. Good girl. Okay. No. You're not getting it back because you can't listen. Whoa. What is a prosperity seed?
Don't know. I would be careful with that.
But I wanna plant it.
Then you can look it up on the wiki.
Okay. Works for me. Murder. Murder. I'll fucking do it again. Oh, and I've got weeds. Great. Don't, or I will take it away. Yes, Banacus. I see you. I hear you. I know you're really wanting me to hold you, buddy. You gotta chill out a little bit.
I think my dinner's ready. I will be back.
Okay. You do know you're just disabled God mode, right?
Oh god. Okay.
Well.
Aha! I've cheated the server.
Excellent.
Haha. Alright. I will be back.
Alright. Means I can't see through you. Uh-uh. Don't make me lock you out of the fun area with the toy box. Oh, what the fuck is that? What is happening right now? Okay. Hi, Gavalin. How are you doing? Good to see that you have sound today. What kind of ice cream? That sounds so good. Okay. God damn it, not again. I'm so irritated. Fucking grass geckos.
What fire food is?
Mm-mm.
What's going on?
What do you mean?
What's been happening?
What'd you say?
I said, what's been happening?
Nothing. You're back from baconing.
Yeah, I'm back from eating dinner and cleaning up. Did Vince ever come in here?
Nope.
Check something. I do not have light.
Some of our grass turned into grass geckos, unfortunately.
Again.
Yes, unfortunately. They are the worst mob in the game. Other than frogs. I hate frogs.
The frogs are cool though.
Yeah, but they beat the shit out of me.
Where's the light?
What light?
Yeah, I see that.
I've just been using Dubster.
Why is there like no spider silk? I mean, I just looted 100.
It says there's 115.
I just put 115 in there.
I've got
I guess we used it
6.
all. Yeah, we probably used it all.
I got some scales.
Ooh, cool.
I don't know where you want me to put them.
In the mob drop chest.
There's no space.
They should already be some in there. Yeah, there's already scales in there. Just
I
put 'em
just I just put one in there. Oh.
in. Okay, so you're saying that some grass geckos came and stole my grass?
No, they
Yeah, I
yeah,
know what you're
essentially,
saying.
yeah. We got mugged, bro.
I gotta harvest all of the grass so that I can see.
Okay. I harvested some of it.
Oh, we got more wheat, by the way.
Good. You don't think the wheat can turn into grass giggers,
No,
do you?
it cannot.
Well, once we have a field full of wheat, we won't actually have to deal with that again. Lucy? You wanna have another bite? Here. Could you give me some jelly beans, Cyrus?
Sure.
Thanks.
If you ever need jelly beans, what you can do also is you can go and find some tumbleweeds near the Dragonfly Desert.
Do they just give them out?
No, but they do give royal jelly, which can be made into jelly beans.
Lucy? Can I help you? What do you want? Hmm? You can tell me. What do you want? Are you thirsty? You want some water? Yes. Okay. Pretty sure I got all of them. Yes.
Okay.
Could you put another one of those gem towers up for me?
Where?
Over here.
They don't work properly as a recipe, so we
Okay.
have to unfortunately creative mode them in. But you know, they kind of their cost makes up for it because you know you gotta.
Over here. Right here. Right here. Right here.
Hold
Where
on
you
a
going?
sec.
Oh.
I will do that as well, but I want to do one more.
Oh, okay.
Where exactly you want it?
On on this other corner of the like right.
Okay. Okay, I have a system here, so I'm gonna continue the system and walk sideways.
Because I can't see the whole garden in the dark. Thanks. Oh no! Wait. Oh, where'd it go? There we go. Thanks. Okay, I got everything. Dude. Zzz. 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 I fucking love Glomer. Zzz. Do we know what we can actually do with the wheat, or?
It's a vegetable, Quinlan. It's just a vegetable.
Oh.
Oh fuck.
Oh shit, that's cute. What is that? What do you mean fuck?
I'm wondering what the fuck is that?
It says bamboo light. It's cute. I don't want to eat it. It's cute.
Eat it.
I wish I remember how I made that. Instead of just throwing shit together. If you see any seeds, will you pick them up for me?
Sure.
Thank you. You can just put them in this fridge. I keep trying to get more seeds, but... Oh shit, I forgot to make another bug net. Bugs. Lucy.
Oh yeah, let me turn this off. Oh god, these boxes aren't evenly placed.
Oh my
Aw.
god, Cyrus. You like my field though? I cleared it out. I'm filling it with flowers.
You got them flowers.
I'm sure trying. Butterflies don't spawn as much as one would think. Compared to the amount of fucking frogs. Bees. No. Lucy. Not the reptile cages. Thank you. Hi. Leave the garbage alone. That's Ucky. We don't dig through that. Yeah.
We like garbage here.
Yeah, she loves garbage. I don't know what it is about garbage baskets. She loves them bitches. We were in the doctor's office this morning. She tried digging through the doctor's garbage. I was like, ew.
Has she watched any Sesame Street?
No, actually. You're thinking about
Oscar?
Oscar. No. Yep. No, she watches like Miss Rachel and Blippi.
And Coco Melon, maybe?
No. Nope.
Coco Melon! You should, oh man. The PewDiePie Coco Melon intro era must have been hilarious.
Quit.
Just PewDiePie pranking literally all the little children. Every time, bro, there were so many videos of kids hearing the Coco Melon theme and then running over to the TV, all excited, looking at the TV, and just being upset and walking away. So good.
I hate how many weeds tend to pop up. Holy shit. Endless amounts of weeds.
You're a weed.
You're a weed. Chris, is that a weed? I'm calling the police! Okay, we're gonna dig all of you up because you are no good. Oh my god. Bonk. Bonk. Cyrus,
Yeah.
are you able to move this gem lamp that you placed?
Um, Theoretically.
Like right here? It's like
Let's
it's like
asking a lot
interfering.
now. Hold on, hold on.
I'm sorry, but it's interfering with the garden. And I never change my orientation so that I know exactly where everything is by memory. Otherwise,
Alright,
I
hold
can't
on.
remember. We have a. Oh yeah. Okay. We have a rot. A rot. 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 I got my tongue
You would
split,
like
and
this
now
moved?
I can't roll my
You
R's.
can't speak
I'm coming.
because you're shit at speaking.
No, I can speak. Let me see. So I would like it just like right here actually, just straight up, because that should maybe like right here. That should keep the orb from interfering with my vision. Yeah.
I'm going to place it like it is.
Okay. Works for me.
Has to be specifically like that.
That's fine.
There is a method to my madness.
And you're just gonna move this one then? Yeah. Oh. Sag. Perfect. Thank you.
Alright, let me continue to pitchfork around here and make your life a little bit easier by giving you paths.
Thanks. I'm patient.
Quinlan,
Hmm?
is it possible to I don't know. I was actually never mind. I was gonna ask if you could extend the farm, but it's not a good idea. It's fine. I was just like, what do I do with this little dinky strip of land? I guess it's going. And all this grass has to go too. All this fucking grass that's like actually gonna be on cobblestone makes no sense. Gotta go.
I'll help. What's wrong, Muffin? Is it because I told you no garbage?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, it is.
I know it is. She's been crying since I told her no garbage.
Let her.
It's okay.
You gotta get her one of those toy garbage trucks, and then convince her to clean up her Legos with that.
Oh no, she's got a toy box. She's really good at that. It's
Yeah,
just
but
something about the bags
listen,
of garbage that she's
Quinlan,
just
it's
like.
it's more immersive. You can put the you can put the Legos in tiny little plastic baggies, like Ziploc bags.
What baby?
It's immersive.
Okay.
All right,
1 second. I'll be right back.
take your time.
Okay.
I don't know about that shit. That looks weird.
What?
Alright, what if I do this? And then do this. Does this look as weird? Kind of.
Want another bite? Good job. No, why my bird? Where's my bird? It fucking died? Birds
You have
can
to feed 'em,
die
you know?
now?
You have to feed them.
What? Mm. Want another bite? Huh? What you doing, Cyrus?
Trying to place a gem lamp down over here, but it's not cooperating with me.
I knew you were doing something. It would be nice to have it lit up. What? No way
What?
this fucking grass is growing right back. Bruh.
You're gonna be here all day long, Quillen.
Dude, holy shit. Okay.
Oh, holy shit, indeed.
If I put 4 wheats in the crock pot, what does it do?
Probably bread.
Quit. I'm about to try
I
that.
don't know.
No way! It doesn't make bread? This game is
What does
ass.
it make?
Goop. I'm so angry.
I think this game is gaslighting you into going on a low-carb diet, Quinlan.
What the fuck? Like,
How do you feel about that?
I hate
You
it.
feel betrayed?
Yes. Yoink. What, Bambino? No, I'm not letting you back there by the toy box or the garbage, cause you're doing shenaniganry.
It's...
You can have some water. Would you like some water? Hmm? Yeah? Ooh, water. Yes, I'm going verifiably insane. Okay, let's see what we got for snacks here. Would you like a fruit snack? Yeah? You finished all your food and now you want a fruit snack? Okay, what the fuck is this packaging, dude? Holy shit. Fucking kid-proof fruit snacks over here.
What's the problem with kid-proof shit, huh?
Kid-proof,
Are you
kid-proof
telling me?
Mott's fruit snacks is actually unhinged.
Or are you
Whoa.
just telling me you can't get into kid-proof shit?
A fucking honey drumstick? That might be it. You'll never get me to say that, though.
I'm not gonna lie, Quinlan.
Hmm?
That kid-proof shit did not work for me, like, past... you caught some of your bird trap. Past,
Oh, sick. Thanks.
the age of, like, 1.5. The second I was somewhat mobile on my feet was when those, like, stopped working completely.
Well, it's not actually kid-proof. I was just saying that it was bullshit that the perforations weren't tearing.
Like, for example, do you remember those, like, stupid magnet child safety locks?
Not really.
Well, anyways, my cabinets had magnetic child safety locks on them, right?
Wait, what? That's weird. Why?
When I was, like, 1
Just so you couldn't
or 2.
get into, like...
Yeah. For, like,
Oh.
example, the knife cabinet, right?
Knife cabinet?
Yeah. Cabinet with all the knives.
I've never seen a knife cabinet.
Drawer, cabinet, whatever you use to store knives.
Oh.
Anyways. Yeah, those, like, did not work. Because I would just take a fucking refrigerator magnet and open it.
That's... wow.
Yeah. I was like, maybe 1.5.
Fucking shit ass.
Maybe.
Too smart for your own good.
Not really. It's like... I feel like that's very basic shit, man.
What? Did you just shove all of those in your mouth and eat them? Lucy, I'm not gonna give you packet after packet of fruit snacks because you like them in their dessert.
You
That's
can't tell her
not
that.
happening.
You can't tell her that, Quinlan. That's evil.
Let me see. There's no way you ate all those that quickly. She really did.
Nom 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 nom.
Okay. Would you like some cheese crackers? Okay. When you're done, I'll give you some more. Here.
He really hit you with the om nom nom, Quinlan. How do you feel?
Feeling pretty good.
Good. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree now, does it?
Indeed. Indeed. A wise choice.
Indubitably.
Indubitably. Seeds! A gift from the birds.
How many grass and twigs do you have on your person, Quinlan?
Like on me?
Yeah, I'm just curious. You probably have a fuck ton because you've been harvesting it constantly.
568 grass.
Twigs?
18.
Oh, damn, you broke for twigs.
Yeah, I actually haven't been collecting twigs.
Why?
I just forget about them.
Huh.
Ooh.
I see 4 wheat in our garden right now.
Fucking excellent.
Smaller than the diagram.
It's smaller than the diagram. Ooh, seeds. Yoink.
Where's my flingow? You want some seed?
Yes. Oh my god, please.
I plant.
I've only got 2 right now.
It's because you're broke.
Oh wait, 5. Haha.
It's because you're broke.
Yeah, the birds aren't gifting me. fake socialist birds.
I don't think I ever claimed to be socialist.
Here, I'll give you more crackers. I see you finished. You don't have to run over here like a bat out of hell.
But she does.
Oh yeah.
She needs to show you.
We've got
She
like
needs
these
more food.
Cheez-It penguins and she loves this shit.
It's like crack, isn't it?
She fucking loves them. Oh, finally. My garden's gonna be like full.
I see you're giving out pain.
Hi,
Want
Ops.
some.
Thank you for the raid.
Make it hurt like you hurt all the
How are you
others.
doing?
No, make it even worse. I can take
Ow.
it. I want it. I need it.
How you doing? I just need 5 more seeds, Cyrus.
I will let you know if I see any.
Thank you, King. I take it back, 6.
God damn, you're fucking broke.
Free seeds! Free seeds!
Wait, this crow doesn't eat fucking berries? What kind of crow doesn't eat berries?
You can't grow berries. Sick and in
And-
pain. With what? How'd that happen, bud?
It is not a... dude, the gem lamps made me think it was a full moon for a second.
Lol. I know, that happened to me recently. I was like, what the fuck? And nope, it was in summer and it was just straight up like afternoon. I was like, what? I fucking hate this summer. The vignetting on summer is super confusing.
Understandable. I don't agree though.
Mess
I
it.
just don't... I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I wouldn't say it's confusing.
Oh, fuck. It is for me. Oh, I need so many more seeds. Can I just get a fucking cardinal already? Like, what the fuck? Kids got me sick, and the weather has my back on fire. Ooh. I'm sorry. Why? Oh my god.
What?
Your flingomatic beat the shit out of the tree guard, and he just, like, yelled in frustration, which is super funny.
Is it still frozen?
No. He broke free and just was like, "Ugh!" and then returned to what he was doing.
He's gonna get constantly. He's patrolling our wheat field, I guess.
Good for him. Keep all them fucking basilisks out. Ow! I forgot that bees don't like it when you take their labor.
You gotta wait till winter. That's free.
Fuck them. I ain't waiting for shit. I want my honey now. It's summer. They'll keep producing if I take it now.
Tree guard got froze.
Got what?
Frozen.
Oh shit! Ah! Get fucked, bees. I'm faster than you.
Do I have any fertilizer? Yes, I do.
Let me go get some water real quick.
Okay.
Quite dehydrated.
What, Pepito? Hi, you want more crackers? Okay. There you go. Well, okay then. Oh, fuck. Welcome back.
Oh man,
Where'd you go?
just smoke as well.
Mm. Do you have any more bundles with meat in them?
Yeah, not the big meats, I don't think.
Small meats is okay.
We have like... Hold on, I'm doing a hunt right now.
That's fine.
Get out of base right now, please.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? This hunt is a Yucus?
A what?
A Yucus.
What is that?
Very not good for me. I hate Yucus. All my homies hate Yucus.
I don't know what that is.
Terrible. That's all you need to know. Oh my god. Please can these hounds kill this fucking Yucus already? I fucking hate Yucuses. They're the goats that like stun you. Fucking
Oh no, I'm cooked.
what you mean?
I mean, I'm dead.
How'd you die?
I didn't have a torch and I got trapped on the pig gem queen.
Ah.
Fat bitch. Oh my god, the small meats. Yeah. We got tiny meats in here, boys.
Yeah, a lot of tiny meats. We got like 500 tiny meats.
No big meats.
No big meats, unfortunately.
Dude, I just watched a catcoon beat the shit out of a hound.
Nice.
Interesting.
Well,
And then
if
it
it's
got
one
and
versus
then it got
one-
mobbed by a fucking whole bunch of them.
Yeah, this I was about to say if it's 1 versus 1, then it's fine. But
I gotta go get my stuff. Does it stay wheat if you dig it up?
no, that's what I just tried. It deletes the wheat.
Ass. Can't believe they didn't give the pig gem queen her own like location next to the pig
They're
king.
supposed to, but I added that mod after they generated. After I generated this world.
Oh.
So yeah, I bet I'll do that next world. Stupid fucking grass geckos.
I know.
Always ruining my pretty neat grass field. One, two.
No neat grass for you.
So you want meat, right? How much meat do you want?
Just whatever's in a bundle.
Here, you want just like normal food?
Sure.
There's 9 Froggle Bunwitches that I unwrapped just now. 14 meatballs. I'll just put the Froggle Bunwitches out. 9 of them is probably too many, to be honest. I will leave 5 Froggle Bun. 6 of them out. Actually, no, 9. They only heal 37.5, so it's kind of. I'll leave them all out. Froggle Bunwitches, anyways. I will bundle up the cherry meats. These ice flenomatics, they're so annoying.
The sound.
Yeah. I wish the mod would let me mute the sound.
Do. Oh, there's a fucking. God damn it. Bitch.
Alright. Durian sugar? What the fuck is that?
Hmm?
You made a durian sugar on accident.
Delicious. Where is it?
It's in the fridge. It's in the fridge that you're using from.
Whoa.
It's in the yeah.
Can't believe you put all corns in a crock pot and all it does is make fucking ratatouille.
4 vegetables ratatouille normally. I don't understand why 4
Not
wheat is
corn,
not.
I'll tell you that. Ratatouille is usually zucchini, tomato.
In this game, I'm telling you, it always makes ratatouille if it's 4 vegetables.
Yeah, but if you put 4 corn, it should do like popcorn or something.
You'd think, right? But no.
I mean, I would think, but yeah, I'd be wrong.
It's like, stop thinking. It doesn't work for you anyways. Probably gonna get off in like 30 minutes. I'm getting a little bit nauseous.
Nauseous?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I ate too much.
Oh, okay. The meat fridge. Oh, full moon. Hi. Would you like some more crackers? Okay.
Where'd the other 60, like, we just had 125 silk. Where'd the other silk go?
I took some. I still have 51 of it.
Okay. Okay.
But I'm just curious, what are you using it for?
To catch butterflies.
I see.
The perfect field.
You want butterflies to make butter?
Mmm. Butter.
Are you the kind of person to eat butter by the stick? Just
Fuck
like plain?
no. Why would you think that ever?
Yeah. Well, is your daughter that kind of person right now? Because a lot of kids do that shit.
No, that's disgusting.
It's fun.
Yuck.
You don't agree? You don't think it's funny?
No, I just think it's really gross. I'm like, when it comes to texture, I'm really particular, and I don't like the texture of butter.
Nobody does.
Yee.
Until it's turned into caramel, but then it's delicious, and the texture is amazing. You should be taking this Glommergoop stuff.
You should what?
It's good this Glommergoop, it's good healing.
Is it? I thought it took away your sanity.
Yeah, and
Lol.
sanity's overrated, don't you know?
Oh my god, where's the butterflies? They're not
Yes.
spawning very much today. Yay! No!
There's butterfly over here by your
Bruh.
farm. There's a butterfly by your farm. There's 2 butterflies by your farm.
1 second. Got 1, 2.
What do you even need them for?
Flowers. Here we go. Oh my god, harvesting honey is so easy with the fucking walking cane.
Nice.
Easy, boys. Easy, boys. Ops, I love butter. Do you? You like butter and small meats?
Let's see. I want to find that bundle with the 500 small meats. Yeah.
No, you like the small meats. I like the butter.
Alright. We got 553 small meats, guys. I'll bring out 70 frog legs for now.
Okay.
Alright.
Fucking slurtle shell. What you doing, Ops?
What the? That could've been bad. Ah, shit. The gem lamps are gonna run out of power soon.
You haven't had a Discord before, have you, Ops? Also, what's going off pretty soon?
Gem lamps need refueling.
Oh. Bruh.
Alright, let's, what do you want to make with these 70 frog legs? 70 froggle bun witches? I mean, a bunch of froggle bun witches?
Yeah.
Predict bun witch. 1, it's fucking honey.
Did you say it has lots of honey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got fuck tons of honey. Bruh, wheat only makes meatballs? The fuck?
Mm.
Come on, witch.
Lucy, don't make a mess with your food. I had one forever ago and deleted it twice. Yeah, I mean, I could have sworn you did have one, but I was like, am I tripping? Why did you delete it? Ah. Yeah, that's my Discord right now. Nobody ever talks in mine. People occasionally talk food and stuff. I'm hoping it eventually picks up.
Found some more seeds for you.
Thank you.
We got so many bun witches going right now. It's insane. We got like 20 something bun witches. Or frog witches, whatever the fuck they're called.
Nice.
Froggle bun witch.
Yep.
Should probably take like half of those and bundle those.
I would. We're not gonna run through those before they expire.
Yeah. We have 9 that are sitting around. I think we can get through 9. All right.
Thanks. Did you mean to give me seeds or the bun witch?
I planted the seeds.
Oh. Thank you.
Aw, shit.
Hmm?
Hounds.
What?
I believe there's hounds.
How do you know?
This one is chasing me.
Oh. I was like, but I don't hear anything.
Maybe it's just one. Don't you think that's enough flowers for the bees?
Nope.
Pretty sure it's enough.
No. Bee heaven. Bee heaven.
fucking like fall asleep here.
Wait, really? You did eat too much. Hopefully you're not getting sick.
No, I'm not getting sick. I just ate too much. There was a pile of 3 guano.
Ew.
I'm 2 houndstooth in the middle of my stick farm that I could not see.
Gross.
I'm just walking through the farm, step in a pile of guano. Apparently guano farming was a real industry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy.
Fertilizer. And makeup, I believe, actually.
Ah yes, let me rub this carcinogenic poop on my face.
Yeah. Well, we used to put arsenic in our fucking makeup too, so.
Yeah, well, people were, I can't, people
Yeah.
were really dumb.
Yep, before they really understood the consequences.
What the fuck is the king's new clothes?
What do you mean?
It's 100% damage reduction. The fuck is that?
What do you mean King's new clothes?
I just found an item on the floor near us.
Huh.
The fuck is that? King's item.
Incredible.
The king's new clothes.
Nice. Don't do that. Don't yawn.
I'm tired.
You're eepy?
Yes, I am. Very eepy.
Do we have any more monster meat? Nice. Oh, he's fucking sleeping.
play like one more day, and then I'm gonna
Get
go
some
over to
sleep.
bed.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got lots of food. We ain't starving anytime soon. What should this piece of land be used for? I wonder.
It's up to you. Are we ever gonna go sailing?
Eventually. Waiting for
Then
Vince to come back before we do that.
oh,
I mean, he has a sail. We can always make a sailing thingy.
a what?
Crafting station for sailing.
I mean, I've never done any of the sailing stuff, so I'm excited to do it.
Facts. It's pretty simple stuff. The biggest thing you need to know is really just how to find your island.
I'm sure I'll learn quickly.
So, right now, just by looking at the map, I'm pretty sure I know where Lunar Island is. Like 95%. Is this a stagehand? I'm gonna go investigate that before I get off.
Okay.
Where's my lazy explorer?
Oh shit, I can't see the fridge. Good enough. Okay. Get some sleep.
Alrighty.
Good night.
Good night. It was fun playing.
Yep, just let me know.
Yeah.
Well, palia it is. I'm not going to bed, Ops. If you are, though, good night. Let's see here. Game change. My crops. My crops. Double nice.
of my feelings for you are good. Try not to miss me too much.
Sneak dog tea. This is good.
Never had tea before?
Nah, I know iced tea. Am I holding it right?
If you put your pinky out, that actually means you've got syphilis.
For real? That don't even sound right, but I hear you. I like the way this tastes, and in America, we call this pimping. When you put your pinky finger out. So what you talking about? We pimping. What is this? This is like a biscuit.
They're similar to biscuits, what you call in America, but we call them scones.
Mm.
I want to try and get Kirby in the Olympics.
For real?
Yeah, do you know what Kirby is?
When they be pushing that?
No, that's curling.
Oh, okay, that's boring.
Well,
Sneak dog tea.
At the Alzheimer's Association Walk to End Alzheimer's, this is why we walk. This is.
I've always associated my birthday with that depressing time of year where a cozy autumn turns into an early winter decay, where colorful leaves die, leaving a withered brown shell behind. Still, people are expected to celebrate their birthdays. It's strange if one doesn't. I don't. My fiancé recently asked me why I never celebrate my birthday, and it's a hard one to explain. When you've been through something traumatic, everything sort of brings you back to that moment one way or another. And while part of me would love to tell her about it, I don't think I can without sounding like a maniac. I thought I'd start by just telling my story anonymously and sort of go from there. It was the year I turned 13. Since You've Been Gone was blasting on the radio every hour of the day. My friends and I were quoting How I Met Your Mother religiously. It was a good time to be a kid. Since my birthday was in the middle of the school week, my big birthday plans were postponed until the upcoming weekend. Still, I couldn't complain. Birthday cake on a Tuesday didn't sound all that bad. I got home, had a small celebration with my parents, and opened a few presents. 2 new games for my PlayStation 2. Score. I finished up my homework and browsed the net for a few hours ahead of my scheduled bedtime when there was a knock at the door. We rarely had visitors, so to have someone knocking at our door at 10 p.m. was unusual, to say the least. My parents had already opened the door by the time I was halfway down the stairs. There was a man in a fancy jacket with a clipboard standing outside, along with 2 armed guards. I sort of fell into the middle of the conversation. "So we need you to sign the consent form and we'll get started," the clipboard man said. "Any questions?" "This can't be legal," my mom said. "On what kind of authority are you?" "Ma'am, this is an emergency. We have been authorized to bring anyone and everyone if need be. But I promise you it'll be a less pleasant experience than what you could achieve here in the comfort of your own home." As the discussion continued, the armed men pushed into the house. They had a sort of checklist they were going through, asking questions as they poked and prodded. Someone mentioned a satellite phone, which we didn't have. I hurried back upstairs. From my window, I could see them putting wheel locks on our car. They were testing some sort of electrical equipment too, and as they did, I could see the internet connection on my computer disappear. My cell phone lost all bars, and while I didn't check, I suspected they'd done something to our landline as well. They were isolating us, putting us under some sort of lockdown. I still didn't have the slightest idea of who these people were. There were no patches, badges, ranks, or symbols. Just a bunch of serious-looking men in windbreakers with visible gun holsters. After a few minutes, one of the men entered my room. My parents were worried sick, but were told to wait outside. The man looked to be about 6'4" and had the look of someone who could kill me with his bare teeth if need be. Without a word, he started going through my things. "You got any walkie-talkies?" he asked. "Any radio science projects, something like that?" No, I said. I got a PlayStation 2. "That can go online, right?" he asked. I never got the chance to answer before my mom added, "We don't let him play online games. It can't do that." As if to make sure, he pulled the power cable and dropped it in a sealed bag along with various knickknacks and keys they'd collected. They weren't taking any chances, and I wasn't playing my new games anytime soon, it seemed. As they finished up their impromptu house inspection, we were asked to gather downstairs. The fancy man with the clipboard cleared his throat, and the room fell deathly silent. Even my dad, who was usually a very assertive man, didn't have much to add to the conversation. That's how you knew it was serious. "All right, listen up. For 72 hours, this and the surrounding neighborhoods are under lockdown," the man explained. "There is a localized problem related to a recent geological event which has caused some unexpected issues. I'm sure you've noticed some minor oddities as of late." "Like what?" my dad added. "Well, milk turning sour, houseplants getting a strange color tint, swarms of frogs cluttering the roads," the man replied. My parents said nothing, but they nodded. Perhaps they'd seen something I hadn't. The man put down his clipboard as he explained calmly. "You have been exposed to something akin to a chemical. It reacts violently to the release of certain hormones which are associated with deep REM sleep. To ensure your safety, we are currently enforcing a temporary 72-hour ban on sleep." "Excuse me?" my dad replied. My dad took a step forward, but one of the armed men responded in kind. They both stopped before it had the chance to escalate. "As I was saying, exposure was approximately 9 hours ago, meaning you have about 63 hours left to go. That'll be approximately 1 p.m. on Friday." "There's no way we can," my dad interrupted. But the man continued, "This is non-negotiable. This is a matter of your security, sir. We have an emergency health service site, but I can promise you that it won't be pleasant. You will be chemically induced into sleeplessness for the full duration of exposure until the event is past. It can cause long-lasting brain damage." We were handed a folder each, explaining our responsibilities and rights. An unmarked red folder with 3 papers, one explaining their right to force this upon us, another explaining that we'd already signed the consent papers, and a third one, which was a form explaining exactly when we could go to sleep. There was also an inventory form explaining the items we were to have returned at the end of containment. They left a box of 50 glass vials, some kind of 4-hour booster shots. The man explained how underage children were not to take more than one every 7 hours, and that my mother, if pregnant, shouldn't take any at all. Luckily, my mom wasn't pregnant. I'm an only child. We were also given fiber bars with some kind of hormone supplement, unmarked and unbranded, but warm. Maybe they were made recently. The packaging was sloppy at best. The fancy man was trying his best to explain, and I could see my parents were eager to listen, but I barely understood half of it. Instead, I looked at the armed guards. They looked exhausted. Maybe they, too, weren't allowed to sleep. One of them had his mouth open and almost drooled, blinking one eye at a time. I could have sworn he nodded off for a second, which prompted him to take a walk outside. I don't know if we can do this, my mother complained. It's a lot to ask. We've only just... If at any point you can't do this, the man interrupted, you need to call this number. It's the only number that works, he said, pointing to the final line on the final page of the folder. Now, if someone falls asleep and can't be awakened within a few minutes, they're in terrible danger. If that happens, try to keep them awake by any means until we can get here to pick them up. They will be taken to our site in Mankato, where they'll be chemically induced to stay awake. So what happens if someone doesn't make it? My mom asked. If we all just fall asleep? The man shook his head, tapping the clipboard with his pen. Well, they will most probably die. Others might too, he said. While they went into the kitchen to explain the details, the angry-looking guard approached me with a sealed bag, handing me back my PlayStation 2 power cable. He gave me a pat on the shoulder. Hey, I checked with the tech team, he said. You good to go, all right? And, happy birthday, kid. I'd almost forgotten it was my birthday. I appreciated the gesture, but I just couldn't bring myself to smile. I had too many questions bubbling in the back of my head, and I was too afraid to speak. They probably talked for another 20 minutes or so before the men left, leaving my parents and I alone in the kitchen. My mother was smoking under the kitchen fan. I'd only seen her smoke 2 times, once when she lost her job, and another time when her father got sick. Smoking in the kitchen was a surefire way to tell something was very wrong. Dad was sitting with his arms crossed, looking at the box of booster shots. This is not a joke, my dad finally said. This is very serious. We're all gonna need to help each other to get through this. Mom said nothing, but I could see her hands trembling. She'd been crying. She was shaking so much that the ash from her cigarette didn't reach the ashtray. It just plopped down on the stove. We can't be alone, Dad continued. We're gonna do our best to keep busy. You can play as many games as you want, but you can't fall asleep, okay? They gave me back my power cable, I said. Does that mean I can play PlayStation? Yeah, it's okay, honey, my mom said. It's okay, go play your game, okay? Now, for those first few hours, I didn't understand what the big deal was. No more school for the rest of the week, no bedtime, and unlimited screen time? That didn't sound so bad. I gamed late into the night. I got some snacks, along with one of those fiber bars. They tasted like twigs and raisins, but it made my brain calm. Not tired, but it made it easier to focus. It also made it harder to shut my eyes, making my eyelids itch. All lights in the house were kept on all throughout the night. Mom and Dad kept playing music on the downstairs stereo, and they desperately tried to keep me engaged. I was good just playing games, so I think it was more for their benefit than mine. At 5 a.m., Dad took his first booster shot. I could hear it all the way from upstairs. He was cussing pretty hard. Apparently, those things tasted like a mix of stale rice and death. Mom took her first boost about half an hour later. but she mixed it with orange juice. Apparently that helped. By 7 a.m., even I was feeling it. I'd never been up all night playing games like that before. Sure, I pulled all-nighters with my friends, but it was usually something we prepared for. By early morning, I could feel myself nodding off. My parents were checking in on me every now and then, and decided to act. We were having family breakfast, pretending as if we'd already slept. You know, you're always cranky in the morning, Mom said. Try to imagine, well, that this is just like that. Another cranky morning. I knew for a fact that they'd slipped one of the boosters into my cereal. I saw 3 empty vials on the counter, and I knew none of them had taken a second one yet. Still, I had little choice but to try. We weren't even halfway through the containment yet. As we finished our breakfast, we could hear commotion outside. I was upstairs brushing my teeth, watching through the hallway window. It was our neighbors, Larry Peterson, the 55-year-old man who worked the fishing supplies at the local mini-mall, crawling out of his front yard. He was throwing up something black and blue on the pavement. I'd never seen this man do anything more physically straining than trying to start a lawnmower, and now he was crawling on all fours like his life depended on it. I could hear his wife calling out from inside. She was screaming at him, but I couldn't hear what. Larry got up and almost leapt into the back of his pickup truck in a show of athleticism I'd never seen from him before. It wasn't until his wife got out of the house that I could hear what she was saying. Larry, wake up. I saw Larry Peterson grab a wrench, get out of the truck, and grab his wife by the hair. Suddenly, a hand covered my eyes as my father dragged me away from the window. I heard a scream turn into a gargle, followed by a hearty laugh, one I'd heard 1,000 times before. The same kind of laugh Larry Peterson would chuckle up whenever my dad tried to pull off a bad pun. My mind painted a picture of what happened, and it wasn't good. My dad spun me around and stared into my eyes. I could tell he wasn't himself. There were lines across his face that I hadn't seen before. Stay with me and Mom, he said. Don't look outside, okay? People are getting sick. Are we getting sick, Dad? I asked. He shook me a little, as if to make sure I was paying attention. We're gonna be fine, all right? He began. It's just a matter of time. But I don't want you to see people getting hurt, all right? Larry, he's not feeling well. There was a knock on the front door. Dad took point as Mom hid in the bedroom. I remember standing on the top of the stairs, looking over the railing to the floor below. There was a violent, angry pounding on the door. Larry Peterson's soft chuckle, coming from the other side. He didn't say anything. He just pounded on the door with his wrench, laughing as he tried to get in. He went around the house, rattling our windows. He didn't get far before we heard a car roll up. There was a popping sound, but not like a gunshot. I think they tased him. By the time I could hear Larry Peterson get dragged off, my mom had come upstairs with a smile taped to her face, asking me to show her how far I'd gotten in my new video games. She was clearly trying to keep me distracted, but I didn't mind. At that point, I wanted to be. I could imagine Larry Peterson on the other side of the front door, his white t-shirt stained with that strange black and blue goo, wielding that wrench with a manic grip. The thing was as large as my arm and solid metal. I'd never considered it a weapon, but thinking about it now, I was scared. And he really killed his wife. Why?
Cause I'm giving you up, just like I did them all.
Mom and I spent the next few hours playing video games. We also made a plan. We went through our old DVDs and decided on a watching schedule. She'd originally planned a walk, but now we weren't even allowed to leave the house. She didn't want to say why, but I had the feeling that there was something outside the Petersons' house that she didn't want me to see. Bloodstains, maybe. My parents tried their best to keep the mood up, but I could tell it was getting to them. My dad was mostly just standing there, leaning against the door, staring straight ahead like in a trance. Mom tried to occupy herself by playing games and watching DVDs with me, but she was counting the minutes until she could get her next booster shot. I was not eager to take one. They made my stomach hurt. We made it all the way until noon. Dad was having trouble staying up and kept throwing cold water on his face. He tried to keep busy doing housework that he'd kept for a rainy day, but there were constant distractions. We could hear sirens in the distance, and at one point, there was someone spraying our front door and windows with a high-pressure water hose. Maybe to wash away the last traces of Larry Peterson. There were dog patrols going up and down the street, along with the occasional phone call. The one number that still worked, where someone called to make sure we were all awake and accounted for. By dinner time, Mom was having stomach troubles. Her shaking had gotten worse, and she was having trouble with sudden change of smells. Dad kept rubbing his eyes and checking his watch, getting up every 10 minutes or so just to move around. We decided that we were going to play board games after dinner, but Mom was having trouble keeping herself from throwing up. We ended up just reheating lasagna from a few days back. I didn't mind. Mom made amazing lasagna, but my appetite was quickly lost when I saw my mom barely keeping it together. She kept drooling and making this weird chugging sound. She was blinking slower and slower. Dad tried to get her to eat one of the fiber bars, but she just ran out of the kitchen, locking herself in the bathroom. It was touch and go for a while. I could feel my heart racing as Dad tried to convince her to unlock the door, but she just couldn't do it. After a while, she stopped responding. Dad had to break the handle with a hammer, but it was too late. She was already sleeping. I could hear it through the door. As the door burst open, Mom had only been asleep for a couple of seconds. I mean, a minute at most. But she was sitting there, her head leaning back, and something was coming out of her mouth. Black and blue fingertips poking out over the edge of her lips. Her throat moved. The moment Dad grabbed her, she tipped her head forward, coughing. Dad washed her face in the sink while yelling at me to wait in the other room. For a few minutes, I was just sitting there, ready to run or hide. It might have been too late, I figured. She could have already been affected, like Peterson. I could hear them arguing in the other room as their voices went from angry to desperate to sad. I didn't know what to do. When they finally returned, they sat me down to explain that we were going to be fine, that we were almost halfway through, and that we were in the home stretch. They were so kind, warm and careful in the way they explained it, but my mind was 1,000 miles away. I had trouble focusing, and all I could think about was that strange noise I kept hearing in the background. Something outside. Dad was halfway through explaining how we weren't going to lock our bathroom doors anymore, when something in me screamed to react. It was just a slight click, but it was clear as day. Maybe it was those booster shots, but I kept hyper-focusing on little details rather than big picture stuff, like an actual conversation taking place in front of me. I closed my eyes, and no less than a second later, there was a loud bang. Someone was shooting at us. It was only a couple of shots, but we dropped to the ground. One shot lodged in the front door, while the other cracked the kitchen window. There were voices outside, laughing hysterically. They were talking, but not making any sense. One of them sounded like she was trying to talk with food in her mouth. Mom and Dad kept quiet as 2 more shots popped off, one of them hitting the kitchen light. With an electric spark, it gave out, blacking out most of the kitchen. I could hear someone running and laughing as they continued down the street. In the distance, there was more gunfire, maybe someone responding in kind. "We can't stay here," Mom whispered. "We have to call them." "You want to go to where they put Larry?" Dad answered. "To be in a whole hospital full of these people." "But they're shooting at us. We can't just..." Mom quieted down and looked at me. She and Dad excused themselves to talk in private, while I was asked to move upstairs. I was to stay away from windows, and I couldn't sit or lie down. They'd be up to check on me in a bit. But of course, I was too curious. While still hearing them argue downstairs, I checked an upstairs window. I could see pretty far down the street, and in the distance, I could make out a car stalling on the side of the road. The headlights were still on, but it was surrounded by at least 6 people. 2 of them were dressed like the armed guards we'd seen earlier. It took me a while to realize that there was an old man sitting in that car. I'd seen him around a couple of times, but I didn't remember his name. The surrounding people were trying to crack the car windows. They were using tire irons, bricks, hammers, lead pipes, whatever they could get their hands on. It didn't take them long to break through. They reached in to pull the man out. It was too far off for me to hear his screams, but I could vaguely see what they were doing. They held him down and covered his face with their hands, his eyes, his mouth, his ears, leaving only his nose to breathe through. Then they just sat there. It took me a moment to realize what they were doing. They were forcing him to sleep. After a few minutes, they let go of him. The old man slowly stood up, leaned against his car, and started to dry heave. After a while, the same black and blue goo that I'd seen from Larry Peterson started pouring out of his mouth, stopping only as he coughed up some kind of clot that could barely fit in his mouth. A clot that moved. As he straightened his back, he looked at the strange group, and they walked down the street together. Some jogged, some sprinted. One of them crawled, but it looked like he held onto something with his teeth. Either that, or something was coming out of his mouth. Something long. As they hurried down the street, I could hear more gunfire. In the distance, coming from another way, I could see another group of people, at least a dozen, but heading in another direction. roaming gangs of sleep-deprived, sick people. God knows how this thing affected them long term. When my parents were done discussing, they sat me down to explain that we were going to stay indoors and keep away from the windows, just in case. We were locking all doors and windows, closing all curtains, and not playing anything louder than necessary. We were to draw as little attention as possible. Of course, I agreed. What choice did I have? That night, I could tell things were getting worse. Dad almost took a double dose of booster shots, as he forgot he'd taken the first one, but Mom stopped him. There were no phone calls coming in. They'd stopped checking in on us. Mom even tried calling, but the line had been disconnected. The gunfire outside was further away, but more frequent. We could hear cars honking, but no sirens. Then there were fires. At least 2 somewhere downtown. We could see the smokestacks from afar. And Mom, well, she wasn't doing well. She couldn't eat, and at times she could barely stay on her feet. She kept talking out loud, even if no one was there with her, and she had to lean against things to stay upright. She couldn't keep the fiber bars down, and she walked around with her head bobbing back and forth. Dad tried his best to keep her active, but he was having trouble too. No matter how many cold splashes he put on his face, he just couldn't stay attentive. I wasn't doing well either, but nowhere near as bad. I still had my appetite, and I took my booster shots, but I could feel the side effects. My hands kept shaking, and I had this really bad headache. There were these pinches down my neck, like someone was shocking me with a wet battery. I'd imagine things moving just outside of my vision. I kept turning around to look at the windows as I'd started to hallucinate. By morning, there was a new problem. Both the power and the water had been cut. There was a small lake a short walk from the house, and we had no choice but to try and get some water. Mom volunteered to go, but that was out of question. She could barely stand. There was no discussion. Dad had to do it. We watched him from the upstairs window. The sun had just risen, bathing the withering landscape in long, sharp shadows and a sickly, bright glow. Mom was staring blankly ahead, as if trying to remember what was so important. "Isn't it your birthday soon?" "That was Tuesday, Mom," I replied. "Did you wish to get older?" she asked. "I wish for that. I want you to be able to get older." She looked at me and started to laugh. She blinked one eye at a time, her left eye lingering, a little longer than her right. Her eyes were sunken and dark, and she kept going cross-eyed. I think she meant well, but that look she gave me was nothing short of terrifying. It was like she'd been reduced to her most basic self. My mom was still in there somewhere, but most of her was just gone. After about an hour, I saw Dad coming back. I was so relieved, but it didn't last long. I noticed he wasn't carrying any water. Moments later, I could see he wasn't alone. There were about 24 more people coming with him. Mom didn't seem to react. She just looked out the window and nodded. For a moment, she was almost falling asleep standing up, her mouth moving up and down on its own like a bass out of water. I thought I could see something move in her throat. I shook her, and in a moment of clarity, she looked out the window again. As I heard something pound against the door downstairs, Mom pushed me into the closet. She ran downstairs to get the remaining booster shots and dropped it all on me, along with her wristwatch and a couple of fiber bars. "Someone will come get you, honey," she said. "Just wait, okay? Just wait and stay awake. I'll try to think of something." I didn't have time to protest. Before she slammed the closet shut, I could hear a key slide into the lock downstairs. Dad may have forgotten something about who he was, but he hadn't forgotten how to use the house keys. I just sat there in the dark, listening. I curled up into a ball, but I didn't want to get too comfortable. I could hear furniture being turned over, unfamiliar voices yelling obscenities or incoherent nonsense. A fight broke out, and I could hear someone throwing something. Another person ran up the stairs and into the bathroom. A woman screamed, then a man. There was a gunshot, followed by windows being broken. I could hear a muffled scream, as if someone was held down, maybe like they did with the old man outside the night before. I must have sat there for hours in the dark. It was hard to tell if my eyes were open or not. I couldn't tell if I was really hearing something outside, or if I was imagining it. I could hear voices and whispers, but they didn't make sense. Sometimes, I imagined them standing just outside my door, asking me for something. All I had to keep my sanity company was my mom's wristwatch, and I could barely make it out. Time passed so strangely. I could be wrapped in a thought for what felt like hours, but only minutes passed. Then I'd catch myself staring straight ahead, and 2 hours could disappear. I kept repeating the next scheduled hour for the booster shot like a mantra. But things were getting stranger. The clock would go backwards. I'd imagine someone sitting across from me, a pair of white eyes staring back at me from the dark. There were little voices telling me to go to sleep, and I found myself nodding off. I could feel something moving in me, like a hand trying to fit into a glove. I finally got out of the closet. I could barely stand as I dragged the booster shots and fiber bars in a plastic bag. I didn't care if there was anyone downstairs. I needed to see something. I needed light or something. The whole house was trashed. Every piece of furniture broken. Every light smashed. There was blood spatter on the walls, and the front door was hanging on a single hinge. Every window was smashed, and our picture frames had been thrown across the room. But the strangest thing was an acrid smell coming from the kitchen. At first, I didn't understand what it was. It looked like a person, but there was the wrong number of limbs. After a few seconds of adjustment and trying to force myself to focus, I realized it was a dead body. A young man with a knife sticking out of his chest, splayed out on the kitchen floor. His jaw was extended and broken on one side. There was a black and blue arm reaching out of his throat, reaching upwards to grab his own head. Something in me stirred. Something in me did not like what I was looking at, and I wasn't sure if it was me or something else. I tried to push it down with a fiber bar, which strangely worked. I made my way outside in a daze. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to find my parents. Another part of me wanted to get out of town. I wanted to look for a bike, or just start walking, or, I don't know, catch a bus. Of course, there were no buses to catch, but my sleep-deprived mind couldn't separate fact from fiction anymore. The entire night was one long nightmare. I kept imagining things coming out from the dark. I could hear voices telling me to turn around, to stop, to run, all at once, and none at all. I could barely keep my balance, and stopping even for a moment would send me straight to sleep. I had to keep going. I even took an extra booster shot, which just gave me this sharp jolt of pain and made me sweat. I took a shortcut through the park. I could see faces coming out of the trees. I saw a man lying face down on the gravel path, being pulled forward by an arm coming out of his mouth. I saw a man by the lake, repeatedly slapping his arms against the cold water surface like a manic child. I was so tired. Some of it was real, some wasn't. I couldn't tell which was which. Not anymore. When I finally reached downtown, I saw at least 24 people gathered outside a burning building, all of them with black and blue arms reaching out of their mouths, stretching towards the flames, as if slowly wafting air towards them. Like human kelp moving across an invisible current, they leaned back and forth in unison, praising whatever chaos they'd caused without a word or a sound. And yet, I could hear them, welcoming me, beckoning me, all voices unique, carried to me by an unfelt wind. Come closer, it begged. You belong here. I turned away, and the voices grew louder, desperate, demanding my attention. Some of them coming from outside. Some of them, I think, were coming from the rumble of my stomach. It's already here, the voice laughed. It'll never go away. It'll never sleep. It'll never stop. Hands reached for me, a face in every window, voices reaching from beneath the concrete. Gunfire, broken windows, glass cracking under my rubber boots as I shuffled past burnt-out cars. It was dark, then bright, then dark again. And at some point, I succumbed. I felt concrete against my cheek, but I just couldn't bring myself to get up. My legs wouldn't move. My eyes wouldn't open. Yes, the voices said. Come to us. Come burn with us. And then, darkness. I don't know how long I was out. Hours. Maybe half a day. I woke up to see a man running towards me, asking me if I was okay. A car had pulled over, bathing me in a warm light. By the side of the road, a colony of frogs looked at me. In the distance, my eyes landed on a discolored sunflower. It turned blue. Strange how you don't notice the most obvious changes until they stare right at you. Turns out, exposure had happened at least 6 hours earlier than the man with the clipboard had predicted, and I'd been awake long enough for most of the effect to pass through my system. I was found unconscious by the side of the highway, about 9 miles from my house. While I did have an uncomfortable, dreamless sleep, the effects it had on me were nowhere near as bad as what happened to most of the people. I'm sure you've heard it. Riots, they called it. I don't even think it reached national news. Some of the people who succumbed to it early got permanent brain damage. Larry Peterson was never the same, but it was hard to tell if it was because of the emotional trauma or the sleep thing. Either way, he had to have a nurse come look after him a few times a week for the rest of his life. Mom and Dad, well, they weren't completely unharmed either. Mom developed some kind of narcolepsy after that night, spontaneously nodding off at the most inopportune times. Dad lost his sense of taste and smell. To this day, they're having a hard time explaining what exactly happened. To them, it was just like going to sleep and having the most horrible nightmare, only to wake up in a hospital bed. Sometimes I wonder if I did fall asleep. Some of the things I saw were so strange that there was no way to tell if they were real or not. I vividly remember that scene of hands waving back and forth outside that building burning downtown. It had to be real. That building really did burn. As you might imagine, I have a hard time looking back at this, thinking too much about it. It gives me this feeling in the pit of my stomach, like a small part of me believes that it's all a big nightmare, that I'm still just a clock's tick away from waking up in that closet with something standing just outside, waiting for me. Or maybe it's something inside of me, still waiting to grab the reins.
Women are strong, beautiful, and
Maybe
capable
it's
of
just
violent crime.
a night away.
Thank you for following Swisha710.
Hey, I hope you enjoyed the video. Special thanks to all my patrons. If you'd like to become a supporter and get the audiobook early access version of upcoming stories, there's a link to my Patreon below. Thanks for watching, and have a good night.
Ever since I was little, I could always do it. The first time I remember doing it, I think I was 3. My mom literally caught me with my hand in the cookie jar. I saw her marching up with her scary, angry mom face, and suddenly, I stopped everything. Mom stood there, still with her angry face, mid-stride and her mouth open terrifyingly, as she'd been right in the middle of yelling something at me. Nothing moved. There was no sound other than the ringing in my ears, and I just knew I'd stopped it all. I felt it. I just sort of flexed something in my mind, and time just stops. Once I was sure I was safe, I quickly scarfed down my cookie and swallowed it up before putting on my most innocent face and letting time resume. You know I told you no. I swear, Mommy, I didn't take a cookie. I licked the crumbs from my lips as covertly as I could. Mom looked confused for a second as she looked me over. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. I swore I saw a cookie in your hand. What are you doing near the cookie jar? I didn't completely escape that one, but I totally minimized the damage and I got to eat a free cookie. That's sort of how I used it as I grew up. I learned pretty quickly that not everyone could stop the clock like I could. I also learned there are limits. When time is frozen, it's truly frozen. I can move about freely in a frozen world, but I can't move anything. People, objects, insects in flight,
Hey,
All
Hops.
of them are frozen in
I am
exactly the
listening
same
to
spot as before,
Lighthouse
and
horror
no amount of
stories.
force I exert can move them. I learned to be careful running around outside when I ran right into a bumblebee and knocked the wind right out of myself as it completely halted my excited sprinting. The next thing I learned was to wear thick shoes. When grass can't be moved, it becomes a field of spikes. I'm pretty sure I could stab myself with it if I tried hard enough. With a thick pair of shoes, I could carefully cross over well-manicured lawns. The more unruly ones, I stayed away from. There are exceptions, sort of, like the cookie. I was holding it when I first stopped time, so I was able to carry it with me and eat. My own clothes moved with me too. If I tried to grab another cookie, they'd have been like statues, stuck to wherever they were. Other people's clothes are like that too, so I can't go undressing people while time is frozen, which I'm happy for in hindsight, but we'll talk about how bad I was as a teenager in a bit. For some reason, bringing objects into frozen time doesn't apply to people I'm touching. I can bring a cookie, but another person I'm touching just freezes up like everything else. I accidentally got my hand caught in the folds of my mother's skirt once because I froze time and it held me like a vice. That's the first rule. Nothing can be moved. The second rule is in order for time to start back up, I had to be pretty damn close to where I was when I first froze time. Otherwise, it feels like it's hard to explain. You know those video glitches on streaming services where it hiccups and stops for a few seconds, but then it rushes to catch up, and the last few seconds of footage sort of speed by? It feels like that in my brain. Like I'm desperately trying to push forward and catch up in my brain, but I literally can't until I'm back close to where I was when I started. I suppose I could also say it was like a skipping record, but I don't know how many people would get that these days. I don't have to be in the exact same position as I was at first, thankfully, just close. My mom says I had a tendency to dash away and that I was weirdly fast at times, so other people might slightly notice some odd visuals as I stop and start. But since I'm close to my original spot, it's nothing they can't explain. I tried to show a friend once. I told him to watch an apple I was holding. I froze time and set it on the table, then started time again. He says to him, it looked like I just put it down really fast. So I tried again. This time I threw the apple in the air. Once it left my hand and rose an inch, it froze like the rest of the world. My friend just saw me toss the apple in the air. So I tried it one more time. I picked up the apple, froze time, and tried to set it down on the other side of the room, but then I couldn't start time again. Objects like the apple had to be close to their original position too. Thankfully, I could still pick it up. I never did find a surefire way to convince people I could freeze time, not until I was older. Growing up with this ability, it was strange. I was a weird introvert already. And when you can stop time like a deity, you sort of develop a complex and further isolate yourself. I wasn't completely without friends, mind you. High school was hard. Puberty hit me like a freight train. Despite my parents being wonderful people who taught me about boundaries and respect, I made a conscious decision to ignore a lot of that in high school. I'd just as soon not mention any of my deviant behavior. But the thing is, I have to. I think that was the first time I saw it. One time, I went into the girls' locker room and froze time. And as I stood there among my classmates, I came to a realization. They were a bunch of people just like me. Not only that, they were my classmates. I just felt like a dirty intruder, and that was suddenly a lot less exciting to me. I turned to leave, hoping to pretend this never happened. And that's when I saw a shadow on the wall. To this day, I have no clue whose shadow it was. It was frozen on the wall, like everything else, but I was transfixed by it. Who was casting this shadow? Why did it look so alien? I was utterly unnerved, so I hustled out of the showers, unfroze time, and I ran home scared and feeling very dirty, as I should have. Somehow I shook off my terrible teens, and I became a more respectful person. I grew up, got a job, I have a fiancé now. It's been 10 years since I used my time-freezing ability for anything nefarious. I still use the power from time to time. It's pretty handy at the few jobs I've had. It's also great for introverted nerds like me. If I need to get away, I can just freeze everything and go sit and stare at the sky for a few hours in absolute silence. My fiancé believes that I can freeze time now, and here's how. We devised a test we could do. She wrote things onto a post-it note and placed it face down on a glass table while keeping her eyes on me sitting across the room. She'd tell me she was ready, and I would freeze time, crawl under the table, and read what she wrote before returning to my seat, unfreezing time, and reciting what she'd written. She tried to talk me into other experiments, but I declined, and she respected that. I just wanted to live my life, so we did. That brings us to now. Something has changed. About a month ago, I froze time in the middle of getting yelled at by my boss. I spent some time telling him where he could shove his citations and screaming obscenities before wandering the office for a time. I grinned when I saw I'd frozen a coworker in the midst of playing a game of solitaire when he was supposed to be working. I stopped to look out a window, staring at the frozen world outside, wrestling my anger under control, and preparing to return to my boss to let him finish his tirade. I walked past my solitaire-playing friend, and when I glanced at his computer screen, I noticed something off. It was turned off. At the time, I kind of just assumed I'd mixed up coworkers, so I sort of ignored it. When I got back to the boss's office, I swore his coffee mug was turned in a different direction. When I'd frozen time before, I could read the writing on his coffee mug. No one cares, work harder. Yeah, he's that kind of jerk. Now, from that position, all I saw was the black of the other side. This guy always keeps his mug face out to remind his underpaid underlings that they should be doing more for him. And also, I saw the freaking writing when I first froze this moment. Why couldn't I see it now? I couldn't move the cup or anything, so what else could I do? I resumed time, and I let the idiot keep yelling at me. He made sure to turn his cup to tell me to work harder as I left the office. Out of curiosity, I checked in with my solitaire friend. His computer had crashed. Poor guy lost a really important report he was working on. He had to redo it. Not sure why he was playing solitaire. I convinced myself nothing was wrong, that I just made mistakes. Someone else was playing solitaire, and I just imagined I'd seen the words on the boss's coffee cup. But things like that have been happening more frequently. Small things I could easily miss. Every time I freeze time now, I'll notice something. At home, my toothbrush will move, or a book will be askew on the shelf. I was driving myself nuts with it. I kept trying to convince myself I was just being paranoid. Nothing can move when time is frozen. Nothing but me. But last week, something happened that's never happened before. I froze time so I could wander around outside. The frozen town proper is just sort of fascinating. I was strolling along, and all of a sudden, there it was. A noise. There was never any noise before. Even my own feet made no sound as I walked about with time frozen. But I heard it clear as day. It was a thump. It echoed out of some alley. I've never been so scared in my life. Time was frozen. I'd wandered through the statues of frozen people going about their day thousands of times. It had always been my space, my sanctuary. But now, something else was here. How could anything make a sound if time was frozen? I ran. I bruised myself on a floating mosquito as I weaved through the frozen crowds. I'd never been afraid of the frozen people before, because I knew they couldn't do anything. But now, any one of them could have made the noise. Maybe some were only pretending they were frozen. Who made that sound? Finally, I made it back to my original spot. I stood there panting, trying to start time back up so I wouldn't feel so alone. But for a brief moment, I couldn't move it. I glanced around with a sense of growing dread, and that's when I saw something else move around the frozen cityscape. It was only a shadow, just a flicker of some dark shape. It wasn't human. Its limbs were long, its head almost looked like an egg, and there were white, empty half circles where eyes ought to be. Just white voids. It was the same shadow from the wall of the showers all those years ago. Somehow I knew that. And it wasn't frozen this time. Our eyes met. Then everything started moving, and the shadow vanished. I started screaming right in the middle of the sidewalk. I refused to freeze time ever again. I hoped that whatever that thing was, I left it trapped in that frozen moment. But who the hell knows? If I freeze time again, maybe it will be in the next frozen moment waiting for me. I don't think it's safe there anymore. My sanctuary is gone, but it can't reach me here, right? Well, I'm not so sure. My fiancé is now convinced our house is haunted. She says she keeps seeing a shadow man staring at her. Her possessions keep moving. Toiletries, knickknacks, some of her clothes. I tried to tell myself it wasn't the egghead. She thought it was a stalker at first. I rolled with that and started watching out for other clues. But then she saw the white eyes. She shrieked when it happened. She said she saw them at the foot
Yeah,
of
Swisher,
our
thank
bed.
you. I
It
love
happened again
Palia.
the
I
next
didn't know
evening.
you played it.
We spent the day distracting
If you
ourselves.
want to add
Then
me,
the evening
I
brainstorming
like I said
ideas.
in here, I have
Eventually, she
hunting
left to
parties
take a
that I
shower
do. I
while
do
I looked for
bug
shadow
catching
figures
parties,
online.
cooking parties.
Minutes
This is
after
one
I
of the
heard
main
the
games
water shut off,
I stream. So
I heard her scream.
just let me know.
I froze time and ran to her. By some miracle, she hadn't closed the door as she dressed herself after her shower, so I was able to run right into the room. There she was. She dropped her towel and was recoiling in terror. She stood there frozen, reeling away, about to fall backwards. I followed her gaze. There was the egghead shadow. And it wasn't a shadow anymore. It stood there in the room, a living, shadowy mass in a horrifically humanoid shape. Then it turned and looked at me with its empty white voids. It wasn't frozen. The next thing I knew, I couldn't move. I was as frozen as my fiancé, but I was still aware. I could only watch helplessly as its shadowy limbs shuddered to life, and it skulked towards her. It walked behind her, out of my sight. I heard it rummaging around. A minute later, I could move again. Time was still frozen. I scoured the house for that thing, but I couldn't find a trace. What the hell had it done? I returned to the bathroom and stared helplessly at my fiancé. She was gonna fall. She'd slipped when she saw that thing. I moved towards where I saw the egghead, and that's where I found the pair of scissors. They sat right where the woman I loved was going to land. I tried to move them, but of course I couldn't. I tried moving her, but I couldn't do that either. I spent hours just trying to do something to this frozen moment so my fiancé wouldn't lose her life the second I started things up. I even tried taking off my shirt to put between her and the blade to minimize the damage, but I couldn't start time back up without my shirt. I felt so utterly helpless.
With nothing else to do, I went back downstairs to restart time and sprinted up to the bedroom to aid my terrified fiancé. I already had emergency services on the way. I found her crying on the ground in an alarmingly large puddle of blood. She'd impaled her wrist on the scissors. She's in recovery now. I acted fast enough that they managed to save her. They closed the artery, and she's receiving donor blood. That thing put the scissors there. I know it. It tried to kill her. It's been 3 days since then. In that time, 3 different people have died mysteriously in our town. Bizarre accidents. 1 in a million chances that people could die in such bizarre ways. But so far, we've had 3. An older woman stumbled in such a way that she fell forward, and the pens from a pencil cup went into her eye, straight through to her brain. A man stepped out of his pool and tripped over a misplaced pool float and landed on his fuse box in such a way that he'd been electrocuted. Apparently it needed servicing that nobody knew about. A teenage boy on a skateboard was thrown into the street when his board smacked into a toy on the sidewalk that nobody could identify. He'd been hit by a car. That all happened in the last 2 days. Maybe it's all a coincidence, but I don't think so. I'm not sure what this thing is or where it came from, but it has control over time. More than I do, even. And it seems to enjoy killing. I worry that I'm the one who called it here somehow. As far as I know, it's still out there. I'm going after it. I have to try and stop it. It might come back for the woman I love. It's more powerful than me, but maybe I just haven't figured out all that I can do. I'm sorry, Delilah. I hope I'll be back soon. For anyone who hadn't heard, my fiancé claims he can freeze time and that some sort of monster appeared from one of his frozen moments. He's been missing for 3 weeks now. I've been trying to find him since I got out of the hospital. I guess he forgot that he gave me his Reddit password. I finally found his story and his farewell. His name is Sean. He's a really sweet guy. We were gonna get married sometime next year. I didn't know what to think about the ability he had. On some level, I think I always thought it was some kind of magic trick he could do. It bothered me a little that he seemed to really believe in it, though. But the thing was, I could never disprove it. I tried writing things on the other side of the house before asking him to go read them. And every time, he'd look at me, smile, and recite what I'd written word for word, like he was just pulling it out of my head. If he could really freeze time, I have no idea what he's doing as a regular office worker. He works in accounting. If he could freeze time, shouldn't he be employed by the military as some sort of super spy? He also said there were too many limitations. I've clung to the idea that whatever he was doing, it wasn't freezing time. I mean, if he did, how come he can move through air molecules? How can he breathe and process oxygen? The physics make no sense. It had to be some kind of magic trick, right? For a while, it was just a quirk, but it started to get serious. First, he came home one day looking all kinds of flustered. He told me he saw something after he froze time. Something that moved. He said he started screaming in the middle of town. I actually got a text from a friend who saw it happen, asking if he was okay, so he definitely screamed in public. Then he told me all about the egghead shadow. I'm pretty good at reading people. He was scared of something. But what could he have seen? If his powers were real, it's even scarier. What could possibly move between the frozen moments of one person and free-flowing time? Things went downhill after that, but you already know that. I started seeing the egghead. I never got a good look. It was always just a glimpse of an elongated limb in my periphery, or a shadow flitting by a doorway, and it was all accompanied by a weird chill that would give me goosebumps and make me panic. Then things started moving. I'm telling you, I thought I was just in a typical ghost story after that. Or maybe I had some creepy stalker moving my things when I wasn't looking. Then one time, I swear a bottle of perfume I was looking directly at vanished before my eyes. It just blinked out of existence and left me wondering whether it had ever been there in the first place. Sean said he couldn't move things like that. So was it his egghead? Then came that night. That night, I truly saw the egghead for the first time. I saw it clearly, and it was even worse than Sean described. It was reaching for me with gangly limbs and elongated fingers. Those white voids where eyes would be seemed to suck in the air around them, and there was a mouth. Just a little half-moon slit filled by the same white void as its eyes, which gave it this weird, frowny face. I screamed, fell, and almost died when I landed on a pair of scissors. Sean got me to the hospital. I remember him telling me he loved me. That was the last time I saw him. He was in contact for maybe a week. I kept trying to convince him to come home. His responses got erratic. Then they stopped. A day later, the egghead reappeared. Right in my face. I stepped out of the shower, and there it was. Its flesh was like a black void, but its eyes were like empty holes leading to pure whiteness, just like Sean described. My body froze, but I was left aware as the thing took a wobbly step towards me. I couldn't move my eyes. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't do anything. Soon it was inches from me. I could taste it. Since I couldn't breathe, I couldn't smell it or anything, but its rank, metallic aura poured over me all the same and stained my tongue. It tasted like death. I was forced to stare into its eyes, and I saw something in them. Something in the endless white. I'm trying to think of the words to describe what I saw, but I can't. There was a sudden crash and whirl of noises, and suddenly I could move again. Just like the first time, I fell. No scissors were there to stab me this time. When I finally got my bearings, I found the egghead gone, and the house empty. I wanted answers. I found my way to his Reddit page and read his account. I've been looking into things since. The number of fatal accidents keeps increasing. Does that mean Sean failed? Time is still moving, and bad things are still happening. I was gonna wait and hope that he'd contact me again. The last text he sent said, "I think I found it." Then nothing. I went to the police and filed a missing persons report and all. I've talked to his parents and friends. I had to tell them I didn't know what he's doing, which wasn't a lie, but I still omitted the part about the time-freezing shadow. I can't stay quiet now, though. Something is happening to me, and it's growing in intensity. It started as a headache. I figured it was just stress. I mean, I almost died, and my fiancé vanished soon after. My friends all think he stabbed me himself, and I'm covering for him. So, of course, I'm stressed. I wasn't surprised when I felt it the first time. It was almost like a scratching sensation. One happening inside my skull. It both was and wasn't physical. I almost felt like I could hear it for a few seconds. It sounded like rusty metal being dragged against more rusty metal, but maybe with a dash of something organic. A sort of wet squelch. It lasted maybe 5 seconds, and then my head started to throb. Like I said, I thought it was just a headache and ignored it. But it keeps happening. It almost seems to happen at random times. I haven't figured out a pattern yet. I'll just be staring into space. I've been doing a lot of that these days. And then all of a sudden, I feel this scratching, and my head throbs. I didn't think it was anything but stress until it happened while I was moving. I've never felt anything like it. Along with the headache and the scratching, it felt like I'd entered a cloud of molasses. I could barely move. And as I did move, it was way slower than it should have been. That was when I started to suspect it had something to do with Sean and that thing. I have no idea how. It makes no logical sense. Is time breaking down around me? Why do I even feel anything? If time stopped, why would I even be aware? As far as I can tell, time is just moving forward normally. I still don't know. It keeps happening. The last time it happened, my nose started bleeding. It's been 2 days. He's gone. I was in a frozen moment at some point. I was typing, and my computer keys just stopped working. They suddenly felt as solid as steel and wouldn't move no matter how I pushed. I looked around, and everything was frozen. It's just like Sean described, everything frozen in place. It was raining outside. The droplets were like little cold glass roadblocks. I couldn't move them, so I was trapped in the house. And that thing was there. It looked different. It wasn't as elongated, and I swear it was trying to talk to me, but it sounded like its voice was a million miles away, or maybe a few moments in the past or future. It didn't seem malevolent. It kept gesturing at me. Its white eyes were wide circles. For a time, it looked like it was mimicking the motions of writing something on a piece of paper. When it tried to touch me, I swear something in the universe just broke. I'm back in the hospital. When that thing touched me, I was wrenched back to my original spot in my computer so fast and violently. I now have a concussion because I think my brain bounced around in my skull. Somehow, nothing else is physically wrong with me. I feel like the force should have ripped my limbs off. I only have a theory on what happened. I don't think that Egghead was the same one I saw before. I think this one was Sean, and I think he was trying to communicate. It's possible he's been trying for a while, and that's what that scratching sensation was. I guess he figured out how to do different things with his ability. Maybe he could even pass forward or backward in time, but I think it took a physical toll on him. I think that's why he looked like an egghead. I don't know why he looked like a living shadow, but maybe he, smeared himself across time. Maybe the other egghead was someone else who tried to meddle even more. I haven't seen anything strange since I was frozen. There was, however, one more incident. Sean and an unknown man were both found dead in a local warehouse. Cause of death is unknown. Both bore strange burns on their bodies that nobody could identify. The people think they found a genetic link between the unknown man and someone else. That person is only 14 right now, but they've already got a rap sheet. I went to identify Sean's body. It was definitely him. He looks older than I remember. I don't know if that has something to do with his powers or not. My fiancé's gone. I think the threat is too. Are there more? How far do their powers go? I'm scared. And I wish Sean was here. Update. I know I haven't posted yet, but I found something. Sean left one last message. I'm not sure how. It was sitting on a table, when I got home from the hospital. It was where that shadow looked like it was writing something. This is what Sean said. Dear Delilah, I don't know why I can do the things I do. I figured I was just a mutant or some shit. But I'm not the only one. The first one I saw came from the future. It learned how to turn back time, and it's wreaking havoc. Every time it moves something that shouldn't move, I feel it. It sounds like massive metal slabs grinding against each other. Every time someone dies, it becomes a cacophony. Whatever it's doing, something is breaking. I figured out how to do new things. It hurts. The only thing that doesn't hurt is what I used to do, where I just move around in a frozen moment. Anything else, it feels like it's stretching me. I think I understand now. It is stretching me. It's making me exist in multiple moments at once in the same universe. That's not supposed to be possible. That's why my skin is fading. That's why when I look into my reflection's eyes, I see those white voids. The other egghead was hiding in a single moment, but then it came after you. I chased it away, but I was following in that moment for what felt like years. I think he was toying with me. After all that time, the grating sound barely phases me, but I feel the effects getting worse. I finally figured out how to fight it, and I think I have it cornered. I have it frozen in a moment, but I had to come back and try to say goodbye first. I love you, Delilah, and the only way I can think to stop this thing will kill me too. I wish I could spend my life with you, but it's better this way. The fewer of us time manipulators there are, the better. I know that sounds like bullshit, but please understand. I've seen the void behind the egghead's eyes. It leads somewhere outside of time as we know it. Outside our universe. I've seen the things there that want to get in. I hear them talking to me, trying to get me to meddle with time even more. I won't do it. I'm sorry, Delilah. And I'm sorry that I scared you. I'm an egghead now, too. Live your best life. And don't forget me. Yours forever, Sean.
I wasn't the best behaved child a parent could hope for. I was selfish, greedy, and hostile. Basic nightmare kid. I'd pitch fits when I didn't get my way, and often make sure to break something my folks treasured to make my point. I would pound on walls, throw things across the room, and even slap or hit my mother or father when they would feebly attempt to calm me down. My dad had apparently been abused by his father when he was a kid, so he would always try his best to keep his cool when I raged on. I took advantage of that fact and made sure to push every single button I could to practically dare him to hit me. Many times he would just walk away and leave me screaming and raging, but I considered that a win. Oh yes, I was far more than a handful, but my parents still loved me, even if I was a monster in the making. It wasn't until that Christmas Eve of 2001 that I learned I was not the center of the universe, a lesson I most definitely needed to learn. It was during the family gathering on that day before Christmas that I pitched a legendary fit upon learning the supposed truth about the reality of Santa Claus. I was only 10 years old, and were it not for the kind hearts of my folks, I would have spent every single one of those years on the naughty list. That late November threatened to turn even those who still cared for me off the deep end. Everyone had arrived at our house for the festive meal, and my cousin Courtney had been pushing my buttons all day. She was a good 3 years older than me, and thought she knew everything that the world had to offer. Being far more experienced and knowledgeable than I, she assured me there was no such person as Father Christmas, a truth I was not ready to hear. She kept pushing and pushing as the day progressed, and I finally just lost it. We were up on the second floor of my childhood home, where my bedroom was located. Over the course of my raging tantrum, I pushed her out of my safe space with every ounce of strength my little arms could muster. Even after I got her out of my door, I continued thrusting my palms into her back, paying no attention to what lay ahead. She had already started crying before I gave that final jab that sent her rolling down the stairs. She tumbled against the wall and the railing as her arms flailed and head bounced from one step to the next. The snapping sounds and muffled yells ended with a thud when she hit the floor below. Every adult had made it out there before her fall came to a close, and their shocked and appalled eyes cut from her twisted body to my guilty face. I'd performed some awful acts during my short lifespan before that day, but my parents had always attempted to cure my terrible ways with kindness. This would mark the end of such times. Before the ambulance arrived, my father snatched me by the ear and dragged me into my bedroom. He screamed at me in a way I didn't realize he was capable of. I was crying my eyes out while begging for forgiveness, but he wouldn't let up. He wanted me to cry, and he was right. I deserved this and worse. His anger grew more intense with every word until he raised a hand up to strike me. It wasn't until then that his own rage faltered. He just stared at his own hand for a moment before he dropped it exhaustedly back to his side. He glared back at me, and I watched the scowl on his face lighten back to a more blank expression, with tears slowly dripping from his eyes. He shook his head from side to side and turned to leave the room without so much as looking back at me before he slammed the door shut. I would not see him again for the remainder of the day. The house fell silent after the paramedics left, with Courtney strapped to the gurney. I watched out my window to see everyone, including my parents, leave the house to follow the ambulance to the hospital. I was never left alone at home, but clearly nobody could stand to be around me at that moment. Truth be told, I didn't much care to be around myself at the time. The hours dragged by while I sat alone in my bedroom, surrounded by all of the toys and video games my behavior had never earned me. Regardless of my short life, having included an almost endless supply of tantrums and violent mood swings when I didn't get my way, I never really felt bad about the misery I wrought. I generally only cared that I got what I wanted by the time I was done. This time, however, I did not feel any level of joy from this. I tried to defend myself in the back of my mind, reasoning that it was completely the fault of my older cousin for pushing my buttons, but I knew she didn't deserve this. Perhaps if she hadn't gotten in my face, I wouldn't have snapped like I had, but her actions didn't warrant what I did. Maybe she just ended up with a couple of bruises, and it's not as bad as it sounded, I reasoned with myself, though I could still hear the snapping of her bones ringing in the background of my silent, darkened room. No matter how hard I worked to evade the guilt that was in pursuit, I could not escape it. I can't say I'd ever felt like this before. Even when I broke the big screen television my father took such pride in, I didn't feel bad. Regardless of my inadvertently setting fire to the curtains in the living room, which very possibly could have burnt the entire house down if my mother's reflexes hadn't been so quick. My conscience still felt clear. There was no getting away from this one, no matter how much inner arguing I performed. Courtney could be dead for all I knew, and her blood would be on my hands. For hours, I just sat there in silence, perched on the floor of my room. Even after the sun retreated for the night, I didn't move from that same spot. I could have gotten to my feet to at least turn a light on, but I wanted to be in the dark. Any light could run the risk of me seeing my reflection in the window or something.
I couldn't look into my own eyes right now. While my brooding continued and the world outside fell still, I became aware of a slight rumbling. It felt as though the whole house had begun to tremble slightly. The sensation was growing more and more intense by the second, finally inspiring me to break myself free from the carpeted floor for the first time in hours. I ran to my window to look outside after light appeared to beam through, almost as if the sun had shot back up from its dormant state. I could barely believe what I saw while I pressed my nose to the glass. My childhood home was on a very average suburban street. Most of the houses sported similar designs, with not much variation in color palettes. A two-lane road with houses on either side of it, just like millions of other neighborhoods across the country. Said road had now been replaced by a train track, with a long and somewhat ancient-looking steam train parked upon it. The smoke billowed from the wide chimney on the front, lining the street in an almost unnatural fog. As I stared at this unusual sight, I saw a man in a conductor uniform exiting the train. As soon as he set his foot on the snowy ground, he glanced up to meet my gaze. I quickly ducked down beneath a window, but I could still feel the eyes on me. I lifted my head up to look down at the man once more, to find he was still glaring at me. He had a kind face, with a wide smile and bright eyes. He raised his hand and gestured for me to come outside. Though I was more than a little freaked out, something inside me was almost begging to march out into the cold to see this up close and personal. I grabbed my thickest winter coat, scarf, and boots, and I ran down the stairs without looking back. I threw the front door to my home wide open, and I just stood there staring out. I pulled the knit cap from my coat pocket and pulled it snugly onto my head, while the conductor still smiled on, waving his arm to beckon me forward. I stepped out into the thick snow on the ground, while swinging the door shut behind me. The wide-eyed and grinning expression of the man did not falter while I took wide steps, crushing the snow beneath my boot.
"You ready, lad?"
the man asked in a deep voice. "Ready for what?" I asked, craning my neck to look into the man's eyes. He was much taller up close than I'd expected when I watched him from my second-floor window. He appeared to be straining a little while bending his head down to look back at me.
"To go to the North Pole, of course,"
he replied. "You're not serious." I scoffed.
"Do you doubt your own eyes, child?"
he asked, holding his arms out as if to present the train to me, like I hadn't noticed it. The man's expression had still not wavered, even a little. His bright green eyes were so wide that they almost appeared to not be cupped on top and bottom with any eyelids, just perfectly round circles with small pupils in the center. His perfectly aligned and sparkling white teeth looked almost false and slightly cartoony. Though the face as a whole seemed unthreatening, I became more and more uncomfortable the longer I stared up at it. "I don't think I should," I replied, shaking my head softly. He just glared down at me with those cue balls for eyes and chiclet teeth, neither blinking nor moving in the slightest. I felt my back tense up, and I was unsure if it was due to the frigid cold or the gaze of the stranger in the dark red train conductor's uniform. I started to back away from the man, whose brow had begun to sink a little, forming a crease above the large and somehow darkening eyes. They'd been a light green before, but as I stepped away from him, they appeared to have grown a much deeper shade, bordering on black. "I think I'm gonna go back inside now," I said as I continued to back away. We continued our staring contest as I waved my hands around behind my back, hoping to feel my front door approaching soon. The second I felt my fingertips make contact with the reflective brass doorknob, the conductor outstretched his own arm in front of him, still maintaining his unsettling gaze. As I turned the knob, the white-gloved hand shot towards me, growing as it drew closer until the elongated fingers wrapped themselves around my entire torso. The grip was so tight, it almost squeezed the breath right out of my lungs before it rapidly yanked me back to the man. Before I knew it, he was holding me right in front of his face. His unblinking eyes appeared almost the size of my head while he examined my face. "You will be boarding this train, young man." His foul breath hit me like a truck, causing me to cough and gag at the stench. "Would you care to climb the steps of your own volition, or shall I carry you like this?" His eyes looked as though they were pulsing while they glared into mine. The horrendous odor that spilled from his mouth still lingered in my nostrils, but that wasn't nearly as uncomfortable as his stare. I'll walk," I stuttered, in little more than a whisper. The man nodded his head as he gently placed me back onto the ground. My shaky legs threatened to drop me to the concrete, and I briefly considered attempting to flee again. Somehow, I knew there'd be little point in that. I would be boarding this train whether I liked it or not. The choice was no longer in my hands, if it had ever been in the first place. The lanky conductor lowered his body into a bow while he gestured towards the open door that stood just above the 4 metal steps. My whole body was trembling while I approached and then climbed up into the cab. There was an aged and musty smell that spilled from inside as I crossed through the precipice with the tall, slender man pulling himself up behind me. "Take any seat you like," he said as we paced through into the passenger car. I glanced around the carriage to see only a handful of other children perched upon the seats of the elegant, yet somewhat eerie room. They all turned to look at me when I entered, and they all wore the same exhausted and timidly fearful expressions. There was a short-haired blonde kid with large circular lensed glasses, wearing striped pajamas and a dark green robe. He appeared to be around 12 or so, if I had to guess. An African-American girl with long braided pigtails who looked to be about the same age as I, dressed in a uniform nightgown and a thick white coat with a fur-lined collar. A little red-haired girl in a puffy pink coat sat next to a ginger boy who looked maybe a year or two older than her. I presumed them to be siblings. He wore a long hooded blue coat and appeared to be bordering on tears while he glared back at me. The cabin itself was quite large, far bigger on the inside than I would have thought when I looked on from my bedroom window. The ceiling was maybe 15 feet high, with 3 golden and ornate chandeliers hanging from it. They each held several flickering candles, though they provided little light to the darkly lit cabin. Shimmering, yet slightly tattered tinsel drooped from them, in no particular pattern or design. Each red velvet-lined row of seats had a large arched window to the side, with delicate filigree borders. The carpeted floor was the same color as the chairs, but it was lined in yellows and greens, which speckled with a variety of muddy stains. Still, as classy as the place looked, there was something about it that felt ancient and ghostly. This seemed a place in which the dead would gather to travel from one plane to the next, not one that would carry small and terrified children to the wonders of Santa's workshop. As my trembling legs led me to the closest seat, I had little doubt that we were not bound for any place fantastical and inspiring. Given the fact I'd very possibly killed my older cousin, the journey was not to reward me. The sour expressions etched onto the faces of my traveling companions led me to believe we were all on the same page. We would be facing punishment for our ill deeds this night. Something I could not deny that I deserved. We all sat in silence while the tall, thin man made his way to the front of the cabin before sliding the door open and leaving our sight. Occasionally, One kid would glance at another before cutting their eyes back to the world that was now swiftly moving beside us. The train made little noise as it traversed the tracks that seemed invisible to the occasional bystander or driver behind the wheel of one car or another. It felt like we would just pass right through any obstacle that may drift in front of the speeding rail car, as though we existed now in a separate plane. I briefly considered the notion that I died and was now being transported to whatever realm awaited me in the afterlife, but it was more of a fleeting thought mixed with a grain of denial. As I stared out of the window to see the row of houses give way to a snowy and empty expanse, I became aware of the sweat that had begun to drip from my brow. I realized it was almost suffocatingly hot in here, and I thought it may be best to remove my thick winter coat. As I leaned forward to slide the padded fabric down my shoulders, the cute little pigtailed girl across from me cleared her throat loudly to catch my attention. She shook her head violently and whispered, "Don't." "Why not?" I asked. "It's so hot in here." "Shh," one of the gingers echoed from up front. "What?" I asked, darting my eyes between the other occupants of the train car. "Shh," came from all directions now, and the girl across from me still shook her head wildly as I continued to pull off my coat. "You guys are being dumb," I said, shaking my own head, pulling my left arm free from my jacket. Suddenly, the door at the front slid to the side, revealing the still smiling face of the conductor behind it. Instantly, all the other children turned their gaze away from me to look down at their own laps or out of the windows. I sat in place with my right arm still in my coat, staring at the tall man as he strolled in wide strides towards me. He stopped once he got next to the seat I sat in, before turning to face me with his head tilted to one side. We just stared at each other for a moment before he said, "Here, we only have one rule." I felt my heart begin to race while the wide, round eyes darkened once more. "Never, ever let them cool." I slowly pulled my coat back up my left arm and pulled it shut in front of me. As I continued my staring contest with the grinning man, he held his right hand up beside his face, snapping his fingers. Seconds later, another man came speeding through the door, pushing a cart which held a tall pitcher and a single filthy mug. It took me a second to notice that the one who pushed the tray appeared to have absolutely no features upon his face. It was like a blank sheet of flesh with two small holes for eyes. No mouth, no nose, no ears. The stained green and white striped shirt he wore hung to his knees, with eerily thin, pale legs protruding from beneath. I only refer to him as, well, him, because the proportions and mannerisms were somewhat masculine. Otherwise, there was little way of telling what he actually was. The blank-faced man stopped with a cart right beside the conductor, who reached for the pitcher with his eyes still fixed on me. He poured dark and steaming liquid into the cup without spilling a single drop, despite his gaze not shifting from mine. He laid the pitcher down and snapped up the cup, holding it out towards me. I reached up with my trembling hand and grabbed the mug, expecting it to burn my fingers, but it surprisingly didn't even feel warm. "Drink." I raised the cup to my mouth and instantly recoiled when the steam billowing from the fluid within felt as though it would burn my upper lip. "It's too hot," I whined, lowering the cup back down. "One rule." But I tensed up from head to toe while tears began to stream down my face. There was no way I could pour this scalding drink into my mouth. I knew it would burn me from the inside out. The slender arms reached out to me again, one wrapping its thin fingers around the hand which held the mug, and the other clutching onto the top of my head. He forced the cup up to my mouth while pulling my head backwards. Never. The rim hit my lower lip, immediately and excruciatingly fusing the tender skin with the ceramic. Ever. The thumb of the hand which gripped my head tightly extended and lowered to push my bottom jaw open. Let them. I was struggling to break free from his grasp, and though he only held me by the head and hand, I could barely move my body. Cool. He tipped the bubbling beverage into my open mouth, spilling the burning liquid across the skin of my face as much as down my throat. I screamed out, horrified by the immense pain I'd never before imagined. I felt blisters form on the outside of my mouth, as well as the inside of my gaping orifice. It was like fire was erupting from within me, as though it were melting my insides, tearing holes in the inner lining of my esophagus and stomach. My flesh bubbled and popped, while my guts churned against the unbearable suffering. As the final drops fell from the cup into my gullet, I felt the dark fluid began to leak from holes it had formed in my neck and torso. I was only vaguely aware of the hand as it let go of my head and hand while I coughed up thick blood onto my coat. As the conductor gingerly placed the mug back onto the rolling trolley after tearing it away from the lip which had bonded to it, he ushered the blank-faced man out of the room. My body was spasming and twitching while the holes in my flesh sealed themselves back shut. The bubbling skin on my face became still and soft once more, and the horrendous agony subsided. I turned to face the tall man again, to see him studying me, tilting his head from side to side like a curious dog. I just stared back at him, still trembling from the shock of the events that had just transpired. He turned on the spot before walking to the front of the cabin and out the door, sliding it shut behind him. Though my wounds had all closed and my flesh showed no signs of the torment it had just suffered, my clothes were still damp from the liquid which had poured inside and through me. I had never felt more pain than the occasional scraped knee or elbow before this day. Perhaps some bruises from a fall from my clumsy twin left feet from time to time, but nothing even close to what I just experienced. I was still shaking all over, and none of the other kids would even acknowledge me. They'd tried to warn me. I couldn't deny that. Had they already experienced this themselves? I wondered, how long had the others been on board this train before I arrived? Would any of us ever escape this wretched thing? My head was in chaos as I turned to face the window again, to watch the world beyond these walls travel rapidly away as we thundered forwards. There had to be a way out, even if it meant leaping from the train and onto the snowy ground outside. Perhaps it would be thick enough to break my fall. I'm sure I wouldn't make it unscathed, but what hell awaited us if we reached our destination? I had to try to communicate with my cellmates, so to speak. I can't say that I was in a rush to break any more rules, but according to the conductor, they only had the one. Snow-covered fields were all that surrounded the speeding train as I gazed through the glass, which was heavily frosted on the outside. My body was still trembling, though it was still insufferably hot in the train car I shared with the other silent children. Every now and then, I could swear I saw movement within the white mounds of earth outside. Though it was dark out there, the full moon shone down through a cloudless sky, which may have just been causing me to see things as we sped past the landscape on the other side of the window. Regardless of how peaceful, yet strangely unsettling my surroundings appeared, I was terrified of what awaited us when the train reached its destination. With the torment I'd already endured, surely what was still to come would be far worse. I felt my eyes welling up again, as the hopelessness of it all struck me like a hammer to the jaw. I bowed my head, whispering prayers under my breath to make it through this in one piece. I had been an awful and conniving little brat my whole life, all 10 years of it. Perhaps I had no rights to ask for forgiveness with the awful things I'd done only hours before I found myself on this journey to hell. Hey, I heard a whispered voice call from my left. I turned to see the little girl across the aisle smiling at me. Hi, I replied softly. I meant to speak a little louder, but it seemed I was no longer capable of anything more than a whisper. Maybe I'd sustained some lasting damage after all. She smiled at me, with something remorseful in her eyes. It was as if she felt guilty for what I'd just endured, but even as much of a shitty human being as I was, I knew she tried to help me. I was just too damn pig-headed to listen. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. She cut her stare away from me as she spoke, with a slight crack in her voice. It's not your fault, I said, attempting to smile as much as I was able. We just stared at each other for a moment. She was a pretty girl, with beautiful, big brown eyes. She looked very tired, though I couldn't tell if it was exhaustion from this experience, or just the fact that it was some time after midnight by this point. I was still very young, and hadn't really taken the time to appreciate the opposite sex just yet, but I found myself quite taken with her, which caused my face to flush and cut my eyes away from her in embarrassment. I'm Sophie, she whispered. I couldn't tell if she was keeping her voice low in hopes of avoiding alerting our host, or if she may have been forced to ingest the acid-like concoction herself. I'm Mikey, I replied, still feeling incredibly shy. Will you shut the hell up? The boy in the round glasses called out. You're gonna get us all in trouble if you don't stop. His neck was craned around the edge of his seat to look at me, and his brow formed a scowl not unlike the one my father had shown me earlier that day. It mildly annoyed me that he was seemingly only directing his rage at me when I was not alone in the conversation I was having, but I could still understand where he was coming from. God knows what the other members of this small group had gone through before I boarded. I just nodded at the angry kid before giving Sophie a guilty smile and a shrug. The boy turned back to face away from me again, while I still gazed at the little girl on the seat beside mine. We locked eyes for a few moments, and I was surprised the experience didn't make me feel more uncomfortable. There was something peaceful about her, which helped my scattered mind regain a more composed state. That was, however, before the door slid open again. Tickets, please, the conductor said as he strolled up to the red-haired kids up front. I don't have a ticket, sir, the boy replied, stammering to get the words out. Oh, I beg to differ, young man, the tall man said as he snatched the right hand of the child up. The boy yelped when the man whipped a large ticket puncher out of his pocket. In one quick motion, he slid the kid's hand into the device and punched a hole right through the center of his palm. He cried out in pain as blood spurted from the wound onto his shirt and tears spilled down his face. The little girl beside him tried to struggle against the thin man in the dark red suit when he wrapped his long fingers around her wrist, but he was far stronger than she was. As much as she fought to pull her hand away from him, he still managed to poke a fresh hole into her flesh, just as he had her brother. I tensed up and began hyperventilating as I watched the blood trickle onto the carpet, while the conductor made his way to the kid with the round glasses, leaving the two still sobbing behind him. Another scream echoed through the cabin after the third ticket was punched. and I found myself shaking violently as the man paced back towards me. "Ticket, please." Still reeling from the burning liquid being forced down my gullet, I knew it would be a terrible idea to refuse the man's demands, so I offered my trembling hand, while biting down and preparing for what was to come. If nothing else, it was quick. Truth be told, the pain wasn't nearly as bad as I expected. I still screamed out, but it wasn't from the pain as much as the sound of the metal prong chewing through my tissue. I can't say I'd ever seen that much blood pour out of me before, though. Sure, the holes which had only recently formed in my throat and gut mixed scarlet streams with a brown liquid as it oozed out from within me. But this was just thick, dark crimson that leaked from me now. It didn't stop flowing as quickly as my previous injuries either. The conductor still glared at me while I cupped my gushing right hand in my left. He almost appeared disappointed that I wasn't making as much of a fuss as the other kids, who still whined and sobbed. I turned my gaze to meet the little girl across the aisle, trying to mentally signify to her that it wasn't all that bad. Strangely, she showed no signs of fear or apprehension. She just smiled back at me, with something in her eyes I couldn't quite decipher. "What are you looking at, child?" the grinning man asked, before I cut my eyes back to meet his. "Huh?" I replied, quite confused by the question, as I found it quite obvious who I was looking at. "What are you looking at?" There was an impatience to his voice, regardless of the fact that he spoke almost mockingly slowly. Before I could finish my reply, he swatted the back of his hand at the side of my face. This hurt considerably more than the hole in my hand, though I could not tell if my spinning head was due to the impact or the blood loss, as my palm still oozed onto my pants. "The girl," I replied, with tears streaming down my swelling face. For the first time, I watched the wide smile falter. The conductor's expression appeared to melt into an almost human form before he turned slowly to face the girl sitting across from me. He stood staring at her for what felt like minutes before he quickly turned on the spot and sped back through the door at the front of the cabin. When the door slammed shut, I looked back over at the cute little girl, who quickly cut her eyes away from me. "What just happened?" I asked, truly mind-boggled over the fact that the man appeared to not even know she was there. "That's, complicated," she replied with a shrug. "How come?" I asked. Nothing had made any sort of sense since this whole nightmare began, but this was something I couldn't even begin to wrap my head around. "Well," she said, still refusing to allow our eyes to meet. "The thing is..." She was cut off by the door sliding open, with the conductor practically sprinting through it towards us. I pressed my back against the window, bracing myself for whatever was about to happen, while the little girl jumped out of her seat and into the aisle. She just glared at the man with her hands balled into fists as he charged at her. His movements were fast, so much faster than my eyes could even register. In an instant, he tackled the girl, rolled onto the floor, and back up onto his feet with his arms wrapped around her. She was struggling against him, but he held her far too tightly as he headed out the door behind where I sat, slamming it closed behind him. We all stared at the sealed door, with our collective mouths hanging slack and wide. The kids at the front of the car were murmuring back and forth, clearly attempting to puzzle together what had just transpired. Before I was even aware of what I was doing, I took off towards the back door. As I pulled it open and headed through, I heard the other kids yelling at me to come back, but I felt suddenly filled with more purpose than I ever knew myself to be capable. I charged through the door of the next train car, then the following one, still finding no trace of the two who had passed through. All 3 cars that were behind the one I had fled from showed no evidence that they had ever been occupied. While I stared off the back of the train, taking in the vast empty landscape in our wake, I knew what I had to do. Clearly they had not fled backwards, leaving only one logical direction. As he had not carried her back through the doorway he entered, I had to deduce they had gone up to the roof of the train. I sprinted back through the cars until I reached the doorway to the one I'd left. Though my hands still violently trembled, I reached for the ladder which led to the roof with my still bleeding hand. I had no idea what to do if I caught up to the conductor, but I at least had to attempt to save the little girl from whatever he had planned for her. I had never put anyone's needs before my own, my entire life. Perhaps it was the guilt I still felt over what I'd done to my cousin that drove me to attempt a likely ill-fated rescue. I knew I would likely not survive this, but there was something about that girl. I had to save her, no matter the cost. The strong wind was freezing when I reached the snow-covered roof, which honestly felt quite remarkable at first, given the stifling heat inside. Still, it didn't take long for the cold to feel as though it was biting right through me. The chill aggravated my still leaking hand, though the blood flow had slowed considerably. As I paced on, I found it difficult to even hold myself upright, let alone push my body onward, but I knew I had to. The first several steps required far more effort than I'd hoped, leaving me unsure if I would be even capable of completing my self-appointed mission. Perhaps it was the guilt I still felt over what I'd done to my cousin that inspired me to continue to force one foot in front of the other, but I dreaded to think what the cute little pig-headed girl was enduring while I trudged through the thick snow. Once I got into a rhythm, I managed to quicken my pace, but only slightly. Pushing against the strong and icy wind, combined with the high strides I was having to take to break each step free from the snow, made swift progress out of the question, but it was progress nonetheless. I could barely see 4 feet in front of me, let alone whatever distance I would have to traverse before reaching a battle I was sure to lose. But I wouldn't let that stop me. I plundered on with purpose, and with every single successful step, I was more and more driven by that. I had no way of telling how much time had passed by as I leapt from train car to train car. The first jump was the hardest and the most terrifying, but not unlike those initial hesitant footfalls, every leap was less scary than the last. By the time I saw a faint light ahead of me, I had successfully cleared 6 boxcars. As I drew closer to the light, I could see it flickered like fire, though it appeared to float several feet above the roof.
"You should not be here, little boy."
A voice even deeper than that of the conductor spoke. The shimmering light moved closer to me, revealing what appeared to be an incredibly tall person with an ancient-looking fire lantern for a head. It wore a long, brown, snow-speckled coat, which came down to feet that were buried in the snow. Its long arms hung just past, where I presumed its knees to be, as it stared down at me. Well, as much as a lamp can stare, I suppose. Still, I could feel it glaring at me, causing that same discomfort that the conductor's wide eyes gave me. I have to get by," I said, doing my best impersonation of someone with actual confidence in their words. Without another word, its long arms reached towards me. I ducked down and rolled through the snow, managing to avoid its grasp, but this did not get me any closer to my goal. It swiped at me with the right arm, following with another swing from its left. Fortunately, the thing did not move quickly, and I found myself able to dodge. It just continued to swat at me, while I tumbled and leapt around the elongated limbs, while attempting to locate any way of getting past. Finally, I noticed a split in the long coat where the buttons ended just above the presumed knees. As both arms reached out for me again, I jumped forwards into the open section of the trench coat. The legs I now crouched between looked thin and frail, so before the bony hands, which were attempting to reach me through the opening, could grab me, I kicked at the left foot which stood in the thick snow to my right. Even with my small and weak stature, it didn't take much force to cause the tall creature to stumble. As the leg I kicked slid to the side of the roof of the train, the other came crashing down on me. Before it could pummel me to the ground, I rolled out through the curtain-like back of the long coat. Once I was clear, I turned around to see arms and legs flailing as the lamp-headed thing stumbled off the speeding train. I saw nothing more than a quick flash of light, followed by a thin line of smoke rising, from where I assume it made contact onto the ground. With my heart still hammering, I stood up on my trembling legs and started back on the path in the hopes of tracking my quarry before whatever the conductor had planned for the little girl occurred. Though I feared I would run into another of whatever that thing with the flickering head was, I did not run into any more obstacles until I reached the front of the train. The carriages ended, with only a long trolley filled with coal, and the engine just ahead of it. Just as I started to gather up enough courage to leap into the rough and jagged coal, I found myself nearly paralyzed with fear when a familiar voice spoke from behind me.
And where do you think you're going?
The conductor spoke directly into my ear. I spun in place to see his wide eyes and grinning face only inches from mine. He stood in place, leaning over at the waist to gaze directly at me. I could barely form anything close to actual words while we stared at one another.
Well, speak up, boy.
His darkened eyes formed that unsettling scowl again. The girl, I said, in little more than a whisper.
Ejected, I'm afraid. Would you like to join her?
We just stared at each other for a moment. I was terrified that I was about to be launched from this very spot, only to crash down to the ground around us. I couldn't help but wonder if this would be a better option to whatever the hell he had in store for me, if I were to be permitted to remain on board.
I didn't think so,
he said, wrapping his fingers around my face and lifting me from the snowy roof. I braced myself in preparation for being tossed like a rag doll, but he didn't throw me over the side. He just stomped in wide strides, with me hanging from my head in his outstretched arm. He stepped in wide strides, crossing the carriages much faster than my tiny legs had. Though I wouldn't say I was particularly comfortable, dangling like a fleshy Christmas ornament by the face, I was beginning to feel secure that my punishment may not be overly severe this time. Naturally, I got far too ahead of myself. He said, stopping in place. He glanced back into my eyes, one of which was covered by his large palm.
It's quite cool out here, isn't it?
With those words, my heart began to race again. There was one rule. I hadn't broken the law of the train by climbing out of my seat, not when I crossed through the other cars, nor when I tipped my attacker off the side. Stepping out into the cold night air in the first place, however, that's where I crossed the line. The smile on the conductor's face practically extended to his ears as the malice formed on his brow once more. He tilted his head to the side, studying what he could see of my face through his fingers. He reached his other hand up and snapped his fingers again, causing the hand which held me to burst into flames. The pain was immediate and unbearable. I screamed out as my skin bubbled, popped, and dripped onto my shoulder while fluids leaked down the conductor's arm. I could feel my flesh peeling away in thin sheets while my eyeballs popped and oozed from their sockets. As the tall man paced on, I lost all track of the passage of time, existing only in the insufferable agony of my melting head. Somewhere along the line, I must have blacked out. It wasn't until my body was tossed onto the hard floor of the cabin behind the one which still held the other terrified children that I became aware once more. As soon as my regrown eyes opened, I grabbed at my face to find that everything felt intact again, though I remembered every single excruciating second before I passed out.
Should I strap you down, or will you behave?
He asked, glaring down at me with his hands behind his back. I just nodded, unable to make my voice work, hoping that he would understand which part of his question I was agreeing to. I grabbed onto the armrest of the chair closest to me and heaved myself up from the floor. I planted down into the seat, to which the conductor returned a nod. He then spun in place, stepped through the door, before gently sliding it shut. As soon as he was out of sight, I fell into wailing sobs before curling up in the fetal position on the chair. Hours seemed to trickle by as I lay across the seats, trying my hardest to fall asleep, to escape this nightmare. Every time I closed my eyes, it was as though I saw myself from the outside, watching my face melt away. I also couldn't evade the guilt I was feeling from being unable to save the little girl who was apparently thrown from the train. I couldn't figure out why the conductor got so angry at her, nor why he appeared unaware of her, even being there in the first place. Of course, nothing made any sense since I boarded this hell on wheels. After giving up on my attempts to sleep, I sat back upright in my seat to look out the window at the world beyond the glass. I no longer saw the same snowy landscape, but an unnerving lack of anything. It wasn't like the night sky had grown so dark, hiding the world behind its blanket. It was just nothingness. Though the train still felt as though it were speeding along the metal tracks, I saw no evidence of any road through the seemingly endless void. It was almost hypnotizing to look upon, though my mind could not make any rational sense of it. The longer I gazed through the glass, the more the emptiness mesmerized me. "Did he hurt you?" The voice practically caused me to leap from my skin as I sat, zoned out in front of the window. I slowly turned my body around to see Sophie, once more perched on the seat across from me. "Is it really you?" I asked, pressing my back against the glass, fearing this was some sort of trick being played on me. "Thank you." She cut her eyes down to the floor. "For trying to rescue me." "He said he ejected you," I said. I still wasn't ready to believe that this wasn't some sort of cruel trick. "He tried. I thought I was done for, but I managed to grab onto the railing before I hit the ground," she replied. She still wouldn't meet my eyes, which only made me feel less willing to believe what she was saying. I just continued to stare at her. I couldn't even begin to fathom the odds of her claims being possible, even though I was just a child. Santa Claus? Yes, of course he was real, regardless of what my cousin thought. Scooby-Doo? Obviously based on true events. I'm sure he couldn't really talk, but they have to exaggerate things for TV. A young girl being tossed from a speeding train in the middle of an icy cold expanse, luckily wrapping her fingers around a metal railing, saving herself from certain doom, unlikely at best. "I swear I'm telling the truth," she pleaded, finally locking eyes with me, while sliding off her seat to cross the aisle towards me. I still pushed my body against the glass, terrified of the possibilities of what actually stood before me, dressed up as a little girl. That was until she sat beside me and placed her warm hand on the side of my face. There was something about her touch that caused my heart to regulate for the first time since stepping into this godforsaken train. I hadn't even realized I was trembling this whole time until my skin stopped shivering, my back relaxed, and my body almost drooped exhaustively from the weight of all of the pain and anguish I had suffered, fading away into the background. Before I knew it, I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her close to me. I laid my head on her shoulder, and I cried harder than I had in years, even more than after the conductor left me alone in this carriage. I wailed from the lingering guilt of the actions that led me here, along with so many others that had only now become clear. Yes, I was just a small child. It's easy to claim that I didn't know any better, but I did. Somewhere in the deepest pits in my mind, I knew what a spoiled and selfish little bastard I was, and for the first time ever, I wanted to change. I saw flashes of the exhausted looks on my parents' face when I would lose it in public or around others. I heard the sounds of my mother sobbing when I'd pushed her way too far so many times. At that very moment, as I spilled a seemingly endless river of tears onto Zophie's coat, I swore I would make things right if I was ever able to return to my home again. Truth be told, I could have sat there for hours, content in the arms of someone I'd never laid eyes on before this day, but like every other fleeting fancy on this voyage of the damned, it was to be short-lived. I didn't even hear the door slide back open before the bellowing voice of the no longer smiling conductor raged from the front of the cab.
How did you get back here?
In an instant, Zophie pulled away from me and leapt from the seat to stand in the center of the aisle, glaring up at the tall man in the dark red suit just as she had before. She didn't even appear frightened while they waged a staring battle that sent shivers up the length of my spine while forming goosebumps across my skin. "You have overstepped your bounds, Abigor," the little girl said in a voice strong and proud.
"This train is mine, Zophie. You have no jurisdiction here."
His voice sounded sinister as it moaned the words filled with sheer hatred. As the conductor slowly paced towards her, a long and jagged blade manifested in his hand, which reflected the dim lights of the cabin across the walls. While the pigtailed little girl stood her ground, as David facing the hulking Goliath, I found myself filled with a purpose I'd never felt before, though it was similar to what struck me when he first pulled her from her seat in the other carriage. That urge, no, that need to protect her, this was far more intense. This child was special. She was sacred. I'd never performed a selfless act my entire life, well, all 10 years of it anyway. It was time for me to make my stand. My own fear practically melted away the instant I saw the man reach for his sword high above his head to strike her down, while she bowed her head, seemingly accepting her fate. As the scene played out before me in almost slow motion, I jumped from my seat, pushing Zophie away from the approaching man. "Run," I said, offering a sincere smile to the girl who now stared at me, with tears welling in her eyes. I stood in place, blocking her from the sword, which sliced down through the air to split me in two. I closed my eyes, feeling content in the knowledge that her face would be the last thing I would ever see. An awful, self-consumed brat dies so that a brave and wonderful little girl can live. Yeah, that's a fair trade. I felt proud of my actions, a feeling I'd never known before. "If you could make one wish, what would it be?" I couldn't make out where the voice was coming from. I couldn't figure out where I was, for that matter. I had no body, not one that I could see or feel anyway. I could see, but everything was shielded by an intense bright light. I think it was my street, though it was hard to tell. Was it my street? Who exactly am I? It was as though everything was hidden in plain sight behind a translucent curtain of sorts. So, what would you wish for? Anything at all? I asked through non-existent lips. Within reason, of course. I knew that voice. I had heard it only recently. She was familiar to me, but how? Where was I before I was here? It has to be something personal, something unique to you and your life. What do you mean? I was growing a vague awareness of who I was, but what was it that I desired? Some ask for riches, others for fame. That could be nice, I replied. Is that what I really wanted, though? There are those who wish for beauty. You could grow to be the most handsome of men. Attractive people do tend to have more doors open to them than others. Perhaps I could have it all. Money, fame, looks. No, that's not what I ached for. I had a wish not too long ago. You could have a life many would envy. I could, couldn't I? No, that's not what I wanted. Not like this, anyway. Can I go back? The question presented itself before I even understood what I was asking for. Back. I did something, didn't I? I did something bad. What was it? I want to change something that happened. Yesterday? Was it yesterday? It wasn't long ago, was it? When is now, for that matter? Is that what you would wish for? You could have it all, you know. No, I made a mistake. I want to take it back. Can I wish for that? Please, let me change this one thing. Let me set things right. I think I remember now. It was bad. I was bad. One more chance. That's all I want. Perhaps you can. You know Santa's not real, right? You're 10 years old now. You're way too old for that baby shit. She was poking me in the chest, giggling after every sentence. I hated it when she acted like this. So what if I still wanted to believe? What's it to her anyway? The more she pushed and prodded, the more I could feel my face flush. If she was gonna act this way, she shouldn't even be in my bedroom. Stop it, I said, pushing her back with every ounce of my strength after she jabbed me in the chest again. Her eyes widened and her lower lip quivered as she looked into my infuriated red face. Just as I readied myself to push her again, something struck me. Deja vu? No, I remember this. There's something else, that scar in the center of my hand. Suddenly, a veil lifted before my eyes. Memories spilled back into my mind as though they poured from a jug. My scowl softened. My face cooled. I looked up into the eyes of my older cousin and suddenly felt the stab of guilt. What the hell? Courtney cried out as I wrapped my arms around her. I'm so sorry, I said while my eyes welled up. You are so damn weird, she said, pushing me away before running down the stairs. I stood alone in my bedroom, watching her swiftly move out of my sight, descending the stairs the proper way, as she should have been permitted to do the first time. I turned my gaze back to the interior of my room, glancing at all of my wonderful belongings. More toys and games than the average kid could hope for, lazily scattered around my spacious bedroom. Items purchased with love, which I showed as little respect for as those who bought them for me. I practically sprinted down the steps towards the dining room to where my parents stood surrounded by family and friends. I could tell my father tensed up as soon as I entered the room. No doubt he was prepared for yet another day of my whining, bitching, and moaning. The look on his face was almost comical. When I ran forward to hug him, he and my mother shared a shocked stare, while I extended my arms around her too. "You okay, kiddo?" he asked reluctantly, while placing his hand on the top of my head. I just looked up at my folks, with tears still trickling down my face. "I'm so sorry for everything. I promise I'm gonna try to do better. I love you both so much." They stared down at me, and back at each other, completely lost for words. Things changed dramatically in the weeks that followed that Christmas Eve I lived through twice. It took a while for my family to accept that I'd actually changed my ways, but before long,